Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that many people notice when dealing with narcissists, and that is that they like to argue. For more exploration regarding the topics covered in this podcast episode, you can check out a few other episodes of the show, including the ones that are named as we're talking, and Stop Trying to Be the Good Guy with Narcissists, Stop Trying to Outsmart Narcissists, Narcissists Are Fragile, and Narcissists Are Cowards. There are, of course, some pathologically narcissistic people who would not argue no matter what you did, but it seems that by and large, the overwhelming majority of them are ready, willing, and able to fight anytime, anywhere, for any reason at all, or even for no reason at all. They pick fights, they escalate fights, they drag fights on and on and on when it's not necessary. The reasons behind this are varied and they may differ slightly from person to person, but they mostly boil down to two main factors. Narcissists are extremely contrary and combative, and narcissists are extremely fragile. These things often occur together, resulting in what is often an extremely contentious, combative environment. Again, yes, there are narcissists who do not argue or engage from such a blatantly, even eagerly offended place, but the majority of them seem to not just engage from there, but to live there perpetually all the time, waiting for any opportunity to exercise that self-righteous rage that they always seem to have boiling on the stove. Narcissists are often pretty angry people. They often feel very betrayed by other people and by life in general, very held back by people and circumstances and situations, and generally just treated pretty poorly. And to be fair, many of them have been. The correlation between pathological narcissism and traumas like abuse or neglect in childhood is well documented. That's not an excuse for their behavior, though. It's understandable for a person to be angry or to feel defensive in that situation, but being mistreated or done wrong in life is not some kind of free pass to just treat other people badly. It's not a justification for mistreating others, no matter what anybody thinks. This deep, infantile, even primitive rage just sits inside narcissists with nowhere to go a lot of the time. They're like a tea kettle about to boil all the time. And because of that, they can react hugely to even very small things as if they were just waiting for a reason. They are often eagerly offended and injured. As we discussed in Narcissists Are Eagerly Offended, seeming almost relieved to have a place to put that rage and that self-righteous anger. That rage, that anger can fuel their emotionality like gasoline here, taking that quick spark over something small into a raging inferno very quickly. People who are not used to this or who haven't seen it before are often shocked by the level of reaction over such minor things, and the nonsensical arguments often used to justify that. It is confusing and even scary, and it's made more so by the inability to understand where this is coming from or what caused it. That rage underlies everything, but what sets it off can vary. Often it seems like nothing. A big reason for this is that narcissists tend to be extremely fragile. When someone has a different opinion than they do, for example, this can be very threatening to them. They receive this as being told that their opinion is wrong or as trying to convince them out of their opinion. It's viewed as an attack, even a betrayal. You're not doing any of those things, of course. You're just having your own opinion. You're just having your own mind. But they are so fragile that they can't tolerate that. It shames them. It offends them. It insults them. It rejects them. It hurts them. It betrays them. And it angers them. They simply cannot let such an insult, such a betrayal, just sit there without being avenged, and they don't want to. It seems like so many narcissists appear to like being angry and offended. It lights up all of their dials, particularly when they spot what they believe is an opportunity to defend themselves, which literally everything is when a person is that fragile. Everything is offensive. Everything is an attack. Being angry is better than being afraid or being confused or feeling shame. Being angry is strong, and if you were offended or insulted, if you were betrayed on such a deep level, being angry is righteous. It makes you justified. Anger itself might be a negative emotion and therefore bad in the narcissist worldview, but righteous anger is different. Righteous anger is good. If you notice, this is the only kind they ever seem to have, if they ever admit any at all. This makes everything they do as a result of that righteous anger also righteous and therefore not bad. This is where the whole "you deserved it" narrative comes from. Punching somebody because you're angry is bad and wrong. Punching someone because they punched you first is not bad and not wrong. It's righteous. It's justified. This removes the concerns that many of them have about confronting other people. Many narcissists fear confrontation, but they're also extremely combative. This seems paradoxical until you realize that they don't believe that they're confronting you. They believe that you have confronted them, you have insulted them, you have betrayed them, and they're simply reacting to that. You wanted it, and now you're going to get it. They refuse to allow situations to be diffused or resolved. You wanted to offend and insult them, you betrayed them, and now you want to just lie your way out of it because you thought they were just going to sit there and take it. Well, you shouldn't have done that if you couldn't hack it. This is very hurtful and confusing for people because they weren't trying to do any of that. They weren't trying to fight. They weren't trying to offend or insult or hurt anybody. They can't understand what has caused the problem or why they can't resolve the situation. The reality is that there is no way for you to ever know all of the dozens of ways that a narcissist could take something because you're using logic and they're not. There's also no way for you to resolve the problem because the narcissist doesn't want the problem to be resolved. They're angry and they want somebody to beat up, sometimes literally. There's nothing you can do to stop or defuse this because they want the release that comes with punishing the betrayer that has so horrifically attacked and harmed them, and there's only one way to get that. In the episode of the show called "Stop Trying to Be the Good Guy with Narcissists," we discussed a fable, The Wolf and the Lamb, and a Russian distillation of the moral of that fable, which was, "My need for food is guilt enough of yours." What this means is that if someone is intent on doing something unfair or cruel and is using a rationalization or a justification to do it, using logic or proof or evidence to combat that rationalization or that justification is not going to work. It won't stop it from happening because the person intent on doing the cruel or unfair thing already knows that they're not being fair and they don't care. Now, people might say, but if it's a legitimate misunderstanding or a misinterpretation, if they're so fragile that that's causing this, how does that track with knowing that they're being unfair and not caring? Because for them, being unfair or fair or whatever to you doesn't matter. Facts and reality have no value here. It's much, much more important to righteously defend themselves and achieve the release of venting their righteous anger upon the bad guy. When the rage takes hold, these things, fairness, unfairness, right or wrong, which never mattered very much at all anyway, cease to matter at all. They are now basking in the glory, yes, the glory, of being self-righteous and punishing the evil, guilty, backstabbing, mutinous betrayer, and questions like whether this is actually fair or right or not really don't matter. Their need for food is guilt enough of yours. You might have heard it said that being offended doesn't mean that you're right. Well, for narcissists, it does. Questions of right and wrong or fair and unfair simply pale in comparison to the emotional experience that they are having. None of this matters. They don't care if they're right or wrong. They don't care if they're fair or unfair. They are offended. They are hurt. They were insulted. They were betrayed. That is what matters. And any other consideration mentioned by anybody else is just a smokescreen designed to take the focus off of the only thing that really matters in this situation, which is how the narcissist feels. There's also the fact that many narcissists are extremely contrary and combative. This is a facet of these personalities that should be taken seriously and not dismissed or overlooked because it tends to cause a lot of problems. They often argue just to argue, perhaps even as a way to manufacture the feelings of release and self-righteousness that we were just talking about on some level if these were not triggered organically. To say a person is contrary is to say that they are extremely inclined to disagree or to do the opposite of what's being asked or expected of them. Anyone who has dealt with narcissistic personalities knows that this describes a large majority of them. Their entire goal often seems to be to just contradict whatever's being said, even if the other person is agreeing with them, which can lead to some hilariously horrible, incredibly stupid, and frustrating arguments. This happens in large part because they are contrary personalities. Not only are they extremely combative and ready to fight at the slightest opportunity because the idea of winning makes them feel powerful, not only might they be attempting to get attention by being oppositional and creating conflict, but they're trying to establish an identity in opposition, the same way that we see toddlers do. When toddlers start to realize that they are individual, separate people from their caregivers with their own thoughts and their own feelings, they start to become very contrary, disobeying and testing boundaries as a way to try and to develop that and to exert control and mastery over their environment. You might remember this stage from your own children's development when their favorite word was no, and they very intentionally did the opposite of every single thing you said. They're testing boundaries and learning what they have control over in their world. Narcissists appear to be somewhat stuck in this psychological limbo of trying to individuate from other people but not quite being able to really do so. What we see as a result is the enmeshment with and imitation of the other person's personality, along with a complete and total rejection of it in favor of trying to define themselves as separate through opposition. This positioning is very stressful for the narcissist as they feel simultaneously dependent on the other person, but also very controlled and smothered by them as well. Many narcissists will accuse other people of being controlling and smothering, even when this accusation makes no sense. It's projection on their part. They're the ones attempting to control other people in these situations most of the time, but it's not just projection. They do feel smothered and controlled by how much of a dominating influence other people are on them. This is not the other person's fault at all. They have done nothing wrong. The problem is that the narcissist is so fragile and their identity is so flimsy and unstable that any deviation from what they think is intolerable. It's perceived as an attack and a rejection, a betrayal. They seem to feel enormous internal pressure to assimilate to other people's personalities. Their mind is very taken up with what other people are going to think of them, with not being wrong, whatever that means, and the need to use others to create an identity. This feels very controlling to them, as it certainly seems like it would, and they resent that. The contrary behavior that we often see serves as a way to relieve the stress of feeling controlled and the sense of they're being swallowed up by the other person's identity. They reject you in your controlling ways. If you say something, it's wrong. If you believe something, it's false. They are their own person. However, this also causes them to feel rejected and attacked by you because they can't tolerate the other person being a separate individual from them. Remember back to our earlier example of how you having a different opinion than they do is seen as a betrayal. They are allowed to pull away. You are not. This will be read as abandonment and a rejection of the narcissist, even if they're pushing you away at the same time. This is a person who's dependent on other people but doesn't want to be, who dreams of being their own independent and autonomous person but really can't, who is terrified of being rejected and abandoned without the stabilizing influence of other personalities, but lacks the ability to exist independently. In so many of these situations, this is a person struggling to complete a developmental milestone that most of the rest of us had largely achieved before we were even completely potty trained. The problem is that they likely cannot complete it now because they don't have a fully formed identity to replace the influence of the other person. They are stuck simply trying to complete this process over and over and over. I need to see myself through your eyes, but you're controlling me by doing that. You're smothering me with your influence, but you're rejecting me if you pull back even a little bit. I don't want to agree with you because I want to be separate. I don't want to disagree with you because I can't take the rejection. And on and on and on and on. This is an intolerable situation for most people because everything you do is wrong somehow. Not just wrong, but deeply offensive or hurtful. A betrayal on a level that most people probably can't really understand because they have their own identity and they're an autonomous human being. Because it's hard to understand, suffice it to say that you cannot give this person what they want. Nobody can, because what they want is not something that others can give them. They insist that you allow them to be dependent on you, then complain that you are too much of a dominating influence. It's maddening. You can't be right no matter what you do because the whole situation is just wrong. It's important to note, too, that narcissists have no real understanding of the impact all of this stress and tension and arguing and nonstop waging of war has on other people. None at all. They don't see other people's emotional experiences or understand the impact these experiences have on the other person, and because of that, is inconsequential. If it does reach them somehow, you're a betrayer, so who cares? You asked for it and you got it. What else is there to say? Guess you shouldn't have done that, huh? If you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality, it is very likely that conflict, tension, and stress feature largely in your life, and also that a big source of this is the constant arguing provoked by this person. You are likely walking on eggshells all the time, never sure of what's going to upset or offend this person, and trying very hard not to do either of those things, but consistently failing because this person's rage, contrarianism, combativeness, fragility, and refusal to ever allow anything to be resolved or let anything go makes even civility impossible, much less peaceful coexistence. One of the biggest things it's important to do in this situation is, of course, to decide if you want to keep dealing with this or not, because chances are extremely likely that it's not going to stop or even decrease enough to where it would become tolerable. Extreme contrarianism and combativeness is often a mainstay in this kind of person's psychological makeup, and it isn't going anywhere. It's one of the ways they define themselves. It's one of the ways they let off steam. It's one of the ways they combat boredom, which they generally experience as threatening and oppressive. It's one of the ways they procure reactions and attention, therefore narcissistic supply. It's one of the ways they try to feel powerful. It's one of the ways they can convince themselves that they're the good guy or the victim in the situation. It accomplishes many things for this person, and because of that, they have no reason to stop. If you decide to stay in limited contact with them or you can't exit the situation just yet, then this is where practicing the gray rock method can help you. If you're not familiar with it, the gray rock method is where you practice the art of not reacting to the narcissist's constant, endless, nonstop provocations. It doesn't mean ignoring your feelings and emotions. It does not mean suppressing them. It means controlling your reactions to them. As we discussed in Narcissists Cannot Read You, because they have an empathy deficit, narcissists navigate interactions with people by observing and interpreting the other person's reactions. The goal of Gray Rock is not to give them a reaction that they can play off of or that they can use to guide themselves. This is not easy, and it's not a viable long-term strategy for remaining in a relationship with a narcissist. But with practice, it gets much easier to do during the times that you are forced to interact with this person. Pausing before you do or say anything in response, taking deep breaths, asking yourself what you're really trying to accomplish with what you're going to do or say also helps a lot in this area. It helps to put a little bit of space between your emotions and your reactions to your emotions so that you can consciously choose what you want to do or say, if anything, instead of just getting caught up in the feelings and reacting to them. This is what narcissists are attempting to do. This is what they're trying to create. The goal of emotional manipulation is to get people to react to their feelings without thinking. All their stupid little childish games, even their horrifically abusive behavior, all boils down to emotional manipulation in some form or another. That means in order to defend against this, you have to stop and think. Think about what you're trying to accomplish. Acknowledge how you're feeling. Really look at what's going on in this situation. Many times, this is all you're going to need to do. That's all it will take to be able to see through what's happening and stop participating in it. That is the key here. Even if you cannot exit the situation yet, you are not just at this person's mercy, emotionally or psychologically. You have the ability to choose to stop participating in these toxic, unhealthy exchanges that are designed to do nothing but create pointless conflict to either sustain or entertain a person who does not care or even notice how any of this is affecting you at all. That is the definition of pointless toxicity. More than that, it is actively harmful to you as a person, psychologically, emotionally, even physically. The stress of this can literally kill you. Of course, it's important to remember that what you do will not change what the narcissist does. You are not controlling them through your behavior, therefore changing your behavior will not change theirs, ever. Now, it's often the case that when they don't receive the reaction that they're seeking or expecting, narcissists will redouble their efforts to achieve that because they're at a loss regarding how to handle that or how to come up with something different that they could try instead. They might even engage in escalation of behavior, which we discussed in the video, Beware of the Extinction Burst. This does not constitute a change in behavior, though. It's the same type of behavior with the same motive, just done more or done more intensely. But the goal of Grey Rock is not to provoke the narcissist or soothe the narcissist or do anything to them. It's not about them at all. It's for you to start practicing and standing in your power and your agency over yourself in the relationship so that you're not driven crazy by it. And it shouldn't be any surprise to anyone that narcissists don't like that. Of course they don't. It undermines the power they think they have. It reminds them that they don't actually have power over other people at all. And again, they don't like that. But they don't like anything. They attack people over everything. If you want to completely stop that from happening, you have to exit the situation completely. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Zoom and Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, clinics, and classes throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication. So if you are interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can do that on LittleShaman.org or on Amazon.com. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is very common when dealing with narcissists, and that is the bait and switch. For those who don't know, a bait and switch is a type of fraud. It's what it's called when you're promised something, but that's not what you get. Formally, it refers to merchants advertising or offering items that they don't really have, often at very low prices, in order to entice buyers into the store. Once they've got the person in there, they then claim that the item is sold out or otherwise not available somehow and try to pressure the person to buy something that is similar, but usually lower quality and or more expensive. It can also refer to advertising something at a lower price, but then when it rings up, that's not how much it is, and different things like that. It is illegal because it's fraud. Now, that's what it originally means, but the phrase bait and switch can refer to any situation where what someone is promised or sold is not what they get. If you've dealt with a narcissist or other antisocial personality, you can probably already see where this is going. That is the entire experience of dealing with narcissists. The presentation that you are sold is not what you have when you get home. What you are told you're being given is not what you end up with. A saying that is related to this is the cat's out of the bag. In the medieval marketplace, they used to sell live piglets in sacks that you could not see through. In an attempt to defraud people, dishonest merchants would put animals that should not be eaten in the bag instead. For example, cats. When people got home and they went to get the pig out of the bag, a cat ran out instead. Hence the saying, the cat is out of the bag, meaning that the fraud has been exposed. People would be inclined to take the merchant at their word and not look in the bag to prove it to themselves, not just because they trusted the merchant, but because opening the bag could result in the pig escaping, and pigs can be extremely difficult to catch. The pig might get away, and then the buyer would have to pay for it anyway. In that situation, it was really a case of you pays your money, you takes your chance. Though this phrase was originally related to a bait and switch type of fraud, we also use it to mean that a benign truth is now known, often specifically to mean that it was exposed by accident. You hear people say that all the time. Well, now that the cat's out of the bag, this is the thing, and it's something that's not that big of a deal. For example, a nice secret like a surprise party was inadvertently revealed by somebody, and now the surprise got spoiled. When it comes to narcissists and psychopaths, of course, the surprise is not nice. The fraud is very real, and it's very painful. And fraud is the right word. Fraud is defined as deceit or trickery of some kind with the intent of receiving a benefit for oneself, and it's predicated on the idea that the other person or people involved believe or rely on the information given or not given as being honest and truthful. It could be acting or failing to act. It could be things and information offered or things and information withheld. For example, someone not revealing that they were in prison at one point in their life or saying that they're divorced when they're not. When dealing with narcissists, this type of fraud is generally the norm. It's very common. Nothing promised is delivered. Nothing bought is what was actually sold. Nothing offered actually exists. Nothing is what it seems. The nice, sweet, considerate partner that someone thought they had in the beginning ends up being a cruel, callous, selfish abuser. The parent that everyone thought was so selfless and loving for most of their life is now revealed as a totally controlling, manipulative, punishing martyr. Narcissists are very often the complete opposite of what they pretend to be or say that they are, and the conflict around these two opposing things can be extremely confusing. People can be totally blindsided by it because even though they might have seen some red flags, there's almost no red flag that could alert someone to what's really happening here or how this is actually going to go. For example, the common red flags that we often hear about can't really prepare somebody for the amount of deception involved here or the amount and level of gaslighting and mistreatment that very often occurs in these situations. It's just not possible to imagine this for people who have not been through it, and even a lot of times for people when they're in it. And there really just aren't any red flags that could legitimately prepare a person for the first time that they ever see what's really going on. A lot of times people beat themselves up for that, and it's like, yes, maybe you saw some red flags, but did they make it possible for you to know that it was going to be this? No. Many people are just steamrollered by shock when this happens. It's too much, and compared to what they thought they had, just too different for most people to be able to absorb very well, especially all at one time. When trying to process what has happened, many people don't realize that this can produce a deep state of shock that can take quite a while to go through. So people need to make sure that they're cognizant of that and are not being too hard on themselves for not getting over things fast enough and things like that. It's going to take as long as it's going to take. Allow yourself to go through it naturally. It's hard and it hurts, but fighting the process only makes it take longer and it only makes it harder in the end. People who have been through this have generally been through something that is pretty traumatic. The impact of this kind of emotional whiplash cannot be understated. It is shocking. It is painful. It's disorienting. It causes issues with so many things. People's self-esteem, their self-image, their self-worth, their faith in themselves, in humanity, in love, in relationships, in institutions, in systems, in the way things work in the world. Many people feel shame for not having seen through the fraud or for not seeing it coming somehow, as if anybody ever could. The impact that this has on people can be enormous, and it should not be underestimated. It isn't just a breakup or just a divorce or just a family estrangement. It isn't just an annoying coworker or a neighbor that is weird and gets on your nerves. It isn't just sibling rivalry or parental favoritism or any of the other quote unquote normal dynamics that people are usually dealing with. This is a fraud on such a deep level that it often isn't really even comprehended by the people that it happened to, let alone anybody else. Even knowing that a person has no true self, for example, is not enough for people to understand the level of fraud and deception here. It is so deceptive and so fraudulent that the fraud can't even be detected very easily because it's so complete. And that makes sense. Any game looks straight if everyone is being cheated at once. And narcissists are cheating everyone they interact with. Everyone they interact with is being cheated and defrauded. They are even defrauding themselves most of all. It's so hard to see through, though, because in a way, there's nothing to see through. It's like saying you're seeing through air. It's just everywhere, all around you and in everything. The gaslighting in these situations is so complete and so omnipresent because the deception is omnipresent. This person lives in a different reality than you do, legitimately. This is not a one-time fraud either, like buying a cat instead of a piglet. This is an ongoing effort to sell you a cat in a bag and tell you it's a piglet every single second of every single day. Narcissists are the epitome of the toxic salesperson archetype. Everything they do and say is an attempt to sell something, usually an image of themselves, an idealized image. They are trying ultimately to sell this image to themselves, but the only way they can do that is by selling it to the people around them first. If you don't buy it, neither can they. You are the mirror that makes that image of themselves real. If you see it and you buy it and you believe it, then they can do those things too. But it's not just their image of themselves. Very often, everything from this kind of person feels like a sales pitch. They just keep talking and talking and pitching and selling and convincing and just really beating you to death with stuff. From what you should choose to watch on TV, to what you should have for dinner, to what political ideologies you need to subscribe to and what your opinion should be, and everything else in between and around and beside and behind. That's one reason it's so exhausting to be around these personalities after a while. Everything is a sales pitch of some kind, and you have to keep fending it off and keep saying no and keep making sure that you're not accidentally agreeing to some BS that you don't even know what it is. Every day, all day long. This person is systematically trying to force you to agree with and validate and condone and take into yourself everything they say all the time. And this is exhausting. Because narcissists have no true sense of self, they attach to other people to define themselves in comparison to or contrasting with that person. You having a different opinion or thoughts or whatever of your own is very threatening to them because of that. Anyone with a different opinion is a threat to theirs, but most especially if you are one of their main suppliers of their self-image, one of their main mirrors. Therefore, they have to keep at you nonstop, trying to force you and erode you and shove you into the way that they see things. It's the only way to nullify the threat. They have to eliminate it. If they can't do that, a lot of times they'll find what they're looking for somewhere else. They might not exit the relationship, but they will still be looking to find this elsewhere somehow. This is the way a bait and switch works. They offer you one thing, then they try to give you something different. They justify that somehow or simply try to gaslight you into believing that this is what they always said that you were getting, even though both of you know that that's not true. The reason for this is very simple. As we explored in the episode of the show called Narcissists Are Boring, narcissists are all sizzle and no steak. The reason they can't give you the thing that they originally offered you is because they don't have it. They have to try to use some other means, guilt, manipulation, fear, whatever else, to force you into accepting less because that's all they have to give you. For example, they offered you a loving relationship with another adult, and what you got is a forced caretaking situation with a cruel perpetual child. When you protest and you say, hey man, this is not what I signed up for, and this is not what you told me this was going to be, they either insist that it is, or that you're evil and cruel and stupid or whatever else because you won't take it. This goes for any type of relationship. Family, partner, friends, it always ends up the same way. People who thought that they were in some kind of relationship with another adult who end up feeling forced into taking care of a perpetual child somehow, and who are being told that they are wrong or bad because they don't want to do that. And to be clear, by taking care of, we don't necessarily mean paying for them or tying their shoes or making sure they eat their vegetables. This can happen, and it's not as uncommon as many people might think, but it's also stuff like regulating their emotions for them and anticipating their needs and being required to read their minds because they just won't say anything. Adults are supposed to be able to do all of these things for themselves. If you are expected to do them, you're being expected to take care of another adult, whether they realize that or not. The fact that they believe this is your responsibility says a lot. For instance, if you are expected to make and do and be and have and keep everything perfect so that this person never feels offended or hurt or angry or upset, if you're told that they're not responsible for their behavior because they're just reacting to you, if you are blamed for their behavior and how they feel, if you're blamed for not somehow preventing their emotional responses, these are examples of being expected to regulate another person's emotions for them. That is not acceptable in relationships with other adults. This dynamic is essentially a setup from the beginning because it can't succeed. It's not going to work. You will never be able to behave so perfectly and manage the environment so carefully that the other person never feels any negative emotions, especially because when you're dealing with narcissists, they have other mental health problems that are contributing to the situation immensely, enormously. Even worse, this dynamic makes it possible for narcissists to continue to ignore their own very serious mental health issues because they can just keep saying that they have no mental health issues or any other kind. You are the problem. And if you stopped being such a failure or an idiot or a loser or whatever else they're saying you are, everything would be fine. They are not to blame here for anything, ever. It's all you or whoever the bad guy is, and that's final. This does not mean that you are responsible for their failure to acknowledge their own issues, of course. That is 1000% their responsibility, whether they take it or not, whether they know that or not. But there is no need to make it easier for them or to participate in this more than is absolutely necessary. As we explored in Narcissists Have No True Self, narcissists do not have a fixed and stable identity. They have an idealized image of themselves instead. This is what they bait people in with. This is what they offer as being available to other people. It's not. It doesn't exist. They can play a role for a time, but that's all. And like all performances, it has holes in it that can be seen through if we really look. People often ask why narcissists bother with all this fakery and all this subterfuge. To put it simply, the reason is that this is all they have. Identity is not just about doing, it's about being. They tried to do the doing, but since they can't do the doing does not work out. It's an act, and that's all it is. A person cannot play a role forever. Whatever they really are comes out. For example, doing the things that a caring person would do will not fool others for long if you're not actually a caring person. You will miss too many things, or you're going to make too many mistakes, because in a truly caring person, the doing is a natural result of the being. People don't even have to think about it. In a person who is just trying to act, just trying to do the doing, in other words, without being the being, there will be situations where the act fails. Narcissists often tell on themselves in exactly this way without realizing it. They don't know what they don't know, but they're too arrogant and self-focused to realize that. This is where the switch becomes known. This is where the cat gets out of the bag. people start to realize what they actually have, and it is not what they thought it was. They start to realize that they've been deceived, they've been defrauded. Whether this is the narcissist's conscious intention from the beginning doesn't matter. That's what has happened, and that's how it feels to the other person. This is a betrayal on a level that many people did not even realize can happen. A whole person can be a fraud. Not just in the sense that they're posing as somebody that they're not, even though they are doing that, but in the sense that the fundamental reality of who this person is, the fact that they're even a whole person at all, is an illusion. This calls into question for many people everything they believe in, everything they understand about their own perception, about reality itself, everything. In one fell swoop, everything someone thinks they know about reality and life itself can be shaken by this. That is the impact this can have on somebody. It's beyond the basic impacts of abuse or cheating or lying, which are horrible in and of themselves. This impacts the very fabric of a person's reality, and it is a very big deal. Many people don't realize how big of a deal it is until much later, and people who have not dealt with this don't understand it at all. This is a fraud of the mind, of the body, of the spirit, of the soul. It is the biggest deception, a betrayal on a level that cannot even be understood sometimes until years later, because it is so large and so deep. It can literally be too big to see. This is the crux of the bait and switch with narcissists. You are being offered something valuable that does not exist by a person who has no ability to give it to you and who is going to instead try to force you to accept something of much lesser quality that is much more expensive. Don't settle. Insist on what you were told you were getting and walk away immediately from relationships where people cannot or will not provide that. When a person's words don't match their actions, when their actions don't line up with what they claim to be, when what they claim to be doesn't match up with who they are, and when who they are does not line up with what you need, it's time to look somewhere else for what you're looking for. As we always say on this channel, you can't get groceries at Home Depot. You can't get groceries at Home Depot because they don't have groceries there to give you. And no matter how much you want them to or wish they did, they don't, and they never will, because it's not the kind of place where you can get that. What does this mean in this situation? It means you're not asking for too much, you're asking the wrong person. You're looking in the wrong place. It can be hard to accept that you're not going to get what you wanted from this situation, especially when it's a parent or a relationship in which you have invested a lot of time and energy. But if someone can't do a thing, then they can't do the thing. And investing more time and energy into it is not going to change the reality of that. Nothing will. It is what it is. Sometimes even when you really try, you still lose. Sometimes even when you do your best, you still fail. Sometimes even when you really want something or when you even deserve it, you still don't get it. That's not negativity, it's reality. Some things are just a waste of time, and trying to force people to change or to be different who don't want to change and don't think they need to be different is one of those things. Accepting this part of the situation is about accepting that no matter how much you might wish it were different, there are some things that you just can't do anything about. Sometimes people don't like to hear that there's nothing they can do about something, or they don't want to believe that, but that doesn't change the reality of the situation either. It is what it is, and the sooner we can accept that, the less painful this is in the end. Considering how painful these situations are in general, any way that we can find to reduce the pain for ourselves is necessary, even if it's difficult in the moment. When someone has defrauded you, when they're defrauding everybody, including themselves, there's nothing else to do in this situation except accept that that's what's happening and move forward with that information. It's not easy and it's very painful, but it's better than the other options available to you in this situation. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication, including a new one on narcissists, dealing with narcissists. You can pick a copy up of that or any of the others from Amazon.com or LittleShaman.org. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics. So if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with weekly support meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by ILivedWithAMonster.com, Transrelational Healing, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something a lot of people wonder about, and that is, what is it like in the narcissist world? How do narcissists view the world and the other people in it? How do they view themselves? Perhaps most importantly, for dealing with narcissists, how does all of this affect their behavior and the way they interact with other people? We are going to talk about all of this today. To begin, we should define what narcissism is. To make it very, very simple, we could call narcissism self-focus. If someone has too much narcissism, if the amount of narcissism in someone's personality is disproportionate, that means they have too much self-focus. Self-focus is definitely necessary for human beings. This is why you hear people say that there is such a thing as healthy narcissism, or that everybody has some narcissism. It's true. Everybody does have some self-focus. Narcissism in and of itself is not a bad thing. Self-focus is not bad. There are some people who would perhaps argue with that, but the reality is this argument generally comes from a more limited understanding of what narcissism actually is, or from people placing a negative connotation on the word itself that isn't a part of its actual definition. Narcissism, self-focus, is not only necessary for healthy human development, but for healthy human existence. However, when someone has too much narcissism, when they have never grown out of the totally self-focused stage of development and have instead grown into it, they focus on themselves to the exclusion of all other things, and in such a way that negatively impacts their lives in multiple or even all areas. If someone's level of narcissism is pathological, this means that it is so dominant in their personality and it affects so many things so much that, to put it very simply, it becomes like an illness. It follows a predictable path of expression, progression, or manifestation, and therefore we tend to see predictable patterns and systems of impact in these situations. This is one of the reasons people ask things like, geez, how are all narcissists the same? Did they all read the same book? The reality is the machinations and manipulations that we see in these personalities are all a part of basic human programming. We see many of these in toddlers, for example. People often make the mistake of believing that because we're able to explain how and why these things work, this means narcissists must have learned it somewhere and that's how they know how to do it. But it doesn't need to be learned. It can be normalized, it can be modeled, encouraged, and condoned instead of corrected by somebody's caregivers or their parents, but it doesn't need to be learned. Humans wanted to find out how to explain these things because they were already happening. That's why we can explain them, not the other way around. These things were not invented by anybody. They have always existed. It's just that how they work and why they work can now be explained. That doesn't mean that people using these tactics understand how they work or why they work or that they care. It's kind of like using a remote control. Most people know how to use a remote control, but you might not understand how it works. For example, you might not understand why pushing this certain button on the remote causes the device that the remote is paired with to react a certain way. And you probably don't care because you don't need to understand how it works in order to use it. All you need to know is what button to push. This appears to be how many narcissists use manipulation. You now understanding it doesn't mean that they do or that they care. You sought out that information because you had to. Chances are these folks have not. They just do what they do and what they have always done. That's not to say that some of these personalities don't plan and plot manipulative schemes, but the majority of narcissists seem to operate on autopilot in many respects. They tend not to think these things out in the way that, for example, the people who are dealing with the things have to think things out in order to understand what has happened to them. It's just not really the same. You have a very strong motive and a reason for trying to understand what was done to you and what happened to you. They have no reason to care. So to answer the question, did they all read the same book? No, of course not. But the human mind generally works in basically the same ways under the same general circumstances. That's how you end up with people who have similar issues or face similar circumstances, reacting and behaving in the same basic ways, having the same basic emotional experiences and things like that. Just like the people who are dealing with narcissists end up with similar situations, feelings, behaviors, and mindsets, narcissists are not any different in that regard. They might not be the same as you, but they tend to be pretty similar to each other. That's how these videos are able to resonate with so many people. Narcissists all have the same basic issues, causing them to have similar emotional and psychological experiences, which results in them having similar motivations and therefore behaving in similar ways. People often find this amazing or strange, but really it's not surprising at all when you look at it that way. It actually makes perfect sense. And that's a welcome change because so little about these personalities seems to make any sense at all. But to summarize, when talking about pathologically narcissistic personalities, as we are doing now, we are talking about people who are so self-focused that it has become their most dominant and defining trait by far. It is essentially the driving force of their entire personality, to the exclusion and detriment of very literally everything and everybody else. As those who have had the misfortune to deal with narcissists are aware, this extreme self-focus causes enormous problems with relationships and with life in general. In a hideous irony, because the narcissist is so self-focused, they are actually generally unable to see that. They are so self-focused that they literally cannot see themselves, kind of like how you can't see the outside of your house whenever you're in it. They cannot see how their actions affect other people or themselves. They are literally focused only on how others affect them. In the narcissist world, then, everybody else is legitimately the problem. People sometimes ask if narcissists are aware of how self-absorbed and egocentric they are. That's kind of like wondering if the only person on earth thinks about how the other people are feeling. What other people? Their level of self-focus precludes any ability to see how their actions affect anybody, including themselves. It's being so close to the problem that you can't see the problem because you're inside of the problem, because you are the problem. People often don't realize how significantly this all-encompassing self-focus affects this person's perception, how extreme and myopic this self-focus really is. It's like tunnel vision, and it prevents them from seeing anything outside of themselves, including the impact and the reality of their own behavior and the consequences it creates, including on themselves. In a very real way, narcissists are walking around just eyes looking out of a face. As a rule, they don't have much self-awareness or insight at all, which means they don't understand how they are perceived by other people. A person needs empathy to be able to do that. Yes, narcissists are very concerned with how others see them, but they don't seem able to actually understand this at all, which is one of the reasons they have some of the interpersonal difficulties that they have. They're not capable of what's called perspective taking, of perceiving how they come across and how other people are going to view them, and they also can have enormous difficulty reading the tone, facial expressions, and body language of other people, so communication is often a huge issue for them. And that makes sense, right? Like, if you can't accurately read how other people are coming at you and you can't manage or even see how you're coming at them, there are definitely going to be some problems. In the narcissist world, this is everybody else's problem. They are always right, always correct, always perfect, and even if they're not, it's your problem to solve that. If they misspoke, for example, and many of them routinely use words and phrases incorrectly, you should have known what they really meant. You pointing it out or questioning them is just you trying to shame and embarrass them. You're just trying to look like you're smarter. You're just trying to seem better. You're just trying to put them down. From your perspective, everything may always seem to end up at how badly the narcissist is being treated, no matter what. In the narcissist world, of course it ends up there because that's what's really going on. In many ways, and regardless of how any particular narcissist's narcissism presents itself, these personalities are the quintessential victims. Even with grandiose, arrogant narcissists, the bottom line is always that they're the victim. Either they've been cheated or mistreated or overlooked or oppressed or screwed over or somebody sabotaged them. Somebody is always ruining it for them. Somehow they are always getting screwed. In the narcissist world, there are various general and simplistic roles and categories that they use to try to explain and understand the world. For example, people are either the victim or the oppressor, and the narcissist is always the victim in the end. Even those who claim to be these brutal, powerful oppressors will revert very quickly to the victim role, and at the bottom of it all, this appears to be the most consistent way narcissists view themselves, as victims. In their world, they are the victim struggling valiantly against oppressors, or the hero confidently vanquishing the villains. Even the more psychopathic narcissists who blatantly admit to trying to control and manipulate other people tend to fear being victimized somehow, and they generally see the world as predatory and unsafe. That is why these types attempt to victimize others. They are trying to do it to the other people before the others do it to them, and many of them will freely admit this if you ask them. This is one of the reasons narcissists can burn through people the way that they do. This endless harangue gets very tiresome very quickly, especially when you are the one that's being blamed. In the narcissist world, this is just further proof that people don't care about them and are trying to screw them over. If you cared about the narcissist, you would want them to always succeed, to always get exactly what they want. You would always be on their side, no matter what, including against yourself, and you would always sacrifice whatever it took for them to be happy. If you won't do that, you are a bad person and an enemy, period. Because in the narcissist world, everyone who doesn't do what they want doesn't care, and everyone who doesn't care is the enemy. For narcissists, there are no disinterested parties. There is no such thing as neutral not caring or neutral indifference. If you don't care, you are an active enemy with malicious intentions who will stop at nothing to destroy, sabotage, defeat, control, or otherwise harm them somehow. This is unfortunate since from the narcissist perspective, no one really cares about them at all, which makes everyone an enemy in the end, doesn't it? And that's how they behave, as if everyone is an enemy. In the narcissist polarized black and white way of looking at it, there can be no middle ground and no disinterested parties. You either love them and are staunchly, solidly, forever on their side, sacrificing everything no matter what they ever do and no matter what the cost is to yourself or anybody else, or you hate them and you are actively trying to harm, sabotage, derail, and destroy them as much as you possibly can. In the narcissist world, everything is black or white. You're good or you're bad. You're right or you're wrong. Something is amazing or it's terrible. It's the best thing ever or it's the worst thing ever. From their perspective, everything is always either one thing or the other. Simple, easy to categorize, easy to understand, easy to deal with, easy to navigate. From their perspective, shades of gray complicate things and make them too difficult to understand because it introduces too many variables into an equation that they already cannot figure out. From their perspective, for other people to try and explain to them that things are not black and white is an excuse and an attempt to confuse them so you can gain the upper hand. That tracks with the way this personality appears to function in general overall, which is to say, not very well. They seem to have an enormous amount of difficulty simply just understanding things and people at all, so black and white thinking helps make things easier to understand. Many narcissists even pride themselves on their ability to boil things down or see things simply, when in reality, they are oversimplifying things to the point where they don't have a good picture of what's actually going on, because their rigid and overly simplified perspective ignores and even discards important information. Or because things are so black and white to them, they can't see that there are other interpretations for things or other ways to look at things. This mode of operation makes many things, communication in particular, extremely difficult because everything is not black and white at all. To be frank, most things are not, especially things that have to do with people. This is part of a larger problem with understanding whole object relations. Like very young children, pathologically narcissistic personalities are not capable of integrating or processing contradictory information very well at all, especially when it's emotional. Which is unfortunate because narcissists tend to view everything through an emotional lens. They can have extreme difficulty understanding that something is capable of having both good and bad qualities at the same time. For example, they cannot really understand that a good person can do a bad or a wrong thing, and that doesn't automatically transform them into a completely bad person now. In the narcissist world, it absolutely does. They cannot sustain ambivalent emotions. It either is or it isn't. It either does or it doesn't. It's either good or it's bad. It's black or it's white. That's it. They're not capable of being disappointed in somebody and still remembering that the person has good qualities. For example, they cannot do that. This is how narcissistic splitting happens. The narcissist cannot process or understand this concept at all, so their brain creates two different images of the person, one good and one bad. They have split the person's identity in two, and they may even react to these separately perceived parts as if they are different people. The truth is, it's the narcissist who has split. They can't integrate their different parts either. This is what creates the notorious trademark Jekyll and Hyde presentation of personality that we so often see with narcissists, where the good side of them and the bad side of them are like two totally different people who do not act, talk, or even look the same. It's like they have an evil twin in the same body. In the narcissist world, this is how they see other people. They did not change, you did. They're not seeing you in a bad or negative way. You are bad. And now the scales have fallen from their eyes at last. They can see you as you really are, not just as the evil that you have become, but that you have always been. All of your previous actions are now being processed through their new eyes, and they can now see the abuse or jealousy or stupidity or whatever else the thing that was always there. In the narcissist world, everybody is a manipulative liar who is only out for themselves and will screw other people over at the first opportunity, so this is all par for the course. Of course you are evil and abusive, or foolish and stupid, or some other kind of bad, toxic, worthless person. Everybody is. You trying so hard to convince them that you're not is par for the course too, because of course you would do that. How else could you win? How else can you trick them? Hey, they get it. Although you are still going to be punished relentlessly for your treachery, how dare you try to trick and manipulate them? How dare you play them for a fool? It seems that narcissists are actually not able to vet information very well for truthfulness or threats. They also cannot read body language or facial expressions very well at all. They don't bond. They are pathologically distrustful and afraid. Because of these things, they seem to have decided to just assume that everything is a harmful lie or a scam of some kind, and that will protect them. After all, if you just assume that every dog is going to bite you, then you're never going to get close enough to a dog to get bitten by them, right? This is how narcissists interact with other people. They are afraid, they are suspicious and paranoid, but also they cannot suffer the trauma of truly being seen. To be seen is to be known, and to be known is to be exposed for what you really are, which in this case is nothing. This person has no identity. They have no real self. They are desperately afraid that people are going to see that, even if they don't know it. This automatically keeps all relationships at an arm's length. Though narcissists do want to be loved and admired and accepted in the contexts of these things that they can understand, they don't believe that they ever will be, and the plain truth is they can't get past that. They could never put their guard down to even give it a try because they just do not believe it. This means that no matter how much you do to try to prove that you're trustworthy, the narcissist is never going to believe you. They will never trust you, and they will never really get to know you any better than they did on the day they met you. They saw a false image of you then, and they always will. This needs to be understood because it's one of the most common and most painful situations people find themselves in when dealing with narcissistic personalities. In a very cruel twist of fate, the harder you work to try to convince a narcissist that you're a good, trustworthy person that is not trying to harm them, the more convinced they become that this is exactly what you are. After all, why else would you be trying so hard to convince them? Because you care? Good one. Love is not real, and even if it was, no one would ever love them. So just drop the act and admit that your scam didn't work. They saw through you. Nice try, though. In the narcissist world, everyone is a manipulative liar. Everything is a scam. Everything you are doing is to try to convince them to drop their guard so you can hurt or control or take advantage of them. They do not ever let go of this idea, no matter how long they have known somebody. A person they've known for 30 years is still capable of anything at any time, even though they've never done anything to hurt the narcissist in that entire time. You cannot earn anything in these relationships, not trust, not good faith, not the benefit of the doubt. Narcissists don't seem to be able to see any reason for doing things other than because you're trying to get something. And if you're trying to convince them to trust you, it must be something bad. They are often unable to articulate what this might be, but they are still 1,000% sure of it. This is likely because if you pay attention to the things narcissists say to others, they are always trying to sell something. They are always trying to get one over on the other guy. They are constantly pitching and working angles and selling and trying to convince other people of things all the time. It makes perfect sense then that they would think other people are doing the same thing. It's a classic example of projection. I don't see what you do. I don't see your motives. I see what I do. I see my motives because those are the only things I can see, because those are the only things that I can imagine. This appears to be one of the reasons they're not capable of tolerating people having different opinions or perspectives, for example. They cannot view it as just that you think differently or you see things some other way. Just by virtue of the fact that you're saying something different than what they're saying, narcissists seem to feel that you're trying to convince them to see it your way, to sell them something, in other words. And they become offended because the only reason you would do that is because you think they're wrong and you know better. They feel smothered and shamed in this situation, even though nobody's doing anything to them at all. This also has to do with their lack of a real self and their inability to differentiate themselves from external objects. In the narcissist world, every interaction with other people is a contest that needs to be won. And if they didn't win, whatever winning would look like to them, then they lost. And if they lost, it's because they were cheated, they were mistreated, they were screwed, or they were otherwise somehow done wrong. They might not be able to see how it was done, but they know it was done because if it wasn't, then how did they lose? These personalities are paranoid and egocentric. This is a very toxic combination because it results in people who believe that everything that happens is about them and that it's all being done to them on purpose. Because of their extreme negativity bias, where they give more weight and more importance to things that are negative or bad, it's impossible for them to understand that these things could be benign or not malicious. This needs to be understood because it's one of the most essential basic truths about dealing with these personalities, and there is no way to avoid it. Just by virtue of being a separate person who has different perspectives and opinions, you are attacking and even harming this person. That is how fragile they are. Even if you agree with them, this is often not enough to prevent a problem. The performed identity of the narcissist can exist only in contrast and in comparison to other people, which means that being oppositional is more important than presenting a consistent picture of themselves or what they're trying to say. They also don't necessarily appear to even understand when you are in fact agreeing with them. This may be because they don't really understand the actual concepts or situations that they're talking about, and therefore they don't recognize when someone is agreeing with them or happens to be saying the same thing. It also can be because they don't really have an opinion or any knowledge about a subject one way or the other, but they want to appear as if they do for some reason, but again are not versed enough in the subject to understand when someone is actually agreeing with what they're saying. In the narcissist world, words are very important in some ways. Narcissistic personalities often concentrate very heavily on words. What words were used, what those words mean, what the narcissist thinks the words mean. This is likely because they have such a limited ability and such limited understanding in general of so many things, and words are the way that they are able to feign understanding and competence. If you can learn to say the right things at the right times, people will believe that you know what you're talking about even when you don't. And it appears that many narcissists use this exact strategy to cover what can be pretty extreme limitations in their understanding and capabilities. This is the mimicry that we so often hear about regarding these personalities, and many of them are very good at it, at least on the surface. It doesn't usually stand up to scrutiny, but at first glance, it can work very well. Words are also one of the things they use to try to make sense out of the world, same as everybody else does, except that the words themselves are the only things used for this, not understanding of the words, context of the words, how they are being used, what they mean to the person saying them, or anything else, just the words. Words don't appear to be seen and understood as just one part of a vehicle to convey meaning in communication, but rather as the say-all, be-all to the entire thing. When you are agreeing with them, then, it's very possible that they don't realize you are agreeing with them because you're using different words, or because you've used words that they don't like or don't understand for some reason. Narcissists often focus on keywords, if you've noticed. They may repeat certain words a lot or become very triggered by certain words that other people use. They may hear a word and become stuck on it, unable to focus on anything else that was said or the overall context and meaning of the sentence because of that word. This is often because that word holds a meaning or a connotation for them that they simply cannot get past. They may also use keywords to navigate conversations that they don't really understand. And of course, it's always a possibility that they're just trying to argue. In the narcissist world, remember, every interaction is a contest that needs to be won. Arguing, debating, and questions designed to contradict or create gotcha moments rather than fostering understanding is one of the ways they attempt to achieve that. It's also how they blow off steam. These people often have a very low tolerance for boredom, frustration, and negative feelings in general, and these things are experienced as intensely uncomfortable for them, much more so than for other people. Because they are always dealing with chronic negative feelings, they appear to be unable to tolerate acute negative feelings for any length of time at all. They must vent them out immediately, and it isn't enough to just release them. These things have to go somewhere. And because the pseudo-identities of narcissistic personalities exist only in comparison and contrast to others, this means their negative feelings need to be transferred to another person in order to be gone. Then you can be bad and they can be good, or you can be the villain and they can be the hero, or whatever transformation needs to be effected to neutralize those negative feelings. If they can't do that, then they can't feel better. In the narcissist world, this is fair and even deserved. After all, you caused those negative feelings, and that means you deserve to deal with them. You mess with the bull, you get the horns. In the narcissist experience, their feelings are caused by external factors. Instead of understanding that our feelings originate from inside of us and are about us and about stuff about us, they appear to believe that their feelings are being created and even controlled by things outside of themselves. This is called an external locus of control. This is why they often insist that they have no power over their own reactions. It's likely they really believe that. People who truly realize they have power in a situation and understand what that power is are not constantly trying to control other people. In the narcissist world, they are powerless and continuously acted upon. Nothing is their fault or their responsibility. It's everybody else's fault and everybody else's responsibility to deal with. If people worked harder to make things okay for the narcissist wouldn't have to have bad reactions to their negative feelings because they wouldn't have any negative feelings. This infantile mindset creates a cycle where these personalities feel perpetually powerless and taken advantage of, which fuels their anger and their resentment toward other people and their desire to punish these other people and seek revenge. These things are extremely important to narcissists. They take up a lot of this person's mental energy and focus. Remember, they're the victim. As far as they seem to see it, everyone is trying to control them and manipulate them to some bad or harmful end. They're just trying to defend themselves. They're just trying to survive and keep people from screwing them over or harming them. We are all manipulative liars in the narcissist world. The world is a scary, threatening place that they can only interact with using a defensive posture because it's too scary and dangerous to come at it any other way. Get them before they get you is the mantra for these personalities in many ways, and there is nobody who is immune to that. There's nobody they trust, including themselves. If you can't trust yourself, you can't trust other people, and they don't. If you feel powerless on top of that, this creates a very toxic situation where they feel that they are at the mercy of people who could at any moment decide to harm them. This is another one of those things about narcissists that sounds convoluted or counterintuitive, but actually isn't. Like children, narcissists perceive other people as having power and themselves to be powerless. This is why they try to control other people. If they perceive others as having power, and specifically power over them, then if they control that person, they have power too, and ultimately this translates to power over themselves and their own lives. Then they're not at anybody's mercy because they are controlling the person or the people who they believe to be controlling them, who has power over them. In a sad, completely unnecessary irony, narcissists give all their power away, so they have to engage in these manipulations and machinations to feel like they've gotten it back somehow. It's going around your elbow to scratch your wrist. There's no need for that. The reality is, they're at nobody's mercy. Nobody controls them. They have the same ultimate control and power over their own lives and selves that everybody else has over their own lives and their own selves. However, narcissists do not see that, and they wouldn't want to accept it even if they could see it, because with power comes responsibility. They cannot bear the responsibility for themselves, their feelings, their thoughts, their choices, their actions. The result of that is these incredibly toxic, manipulative mindsets and behaviors that harm other people and make the narcissist chronically miserable, chronically distrustful, and chronically afraid. Inside the narcissist world, they are at war with everyone and everything and themselves as well at all times. There's no peace, no relaxing, no safety, no security. They don't believe in true goodness or morality or ethics. These are all just things people say so that they can look better to other people, because we all have to pretend to be good people out in society. Everyone secretly feels like they do, would do what they do, thinks like they do. Everyone secretly hides what they're hiding. And if any people truly are not like them, then those people are weak and stupid and they get what they deserve. Narcissists don't believe in good people. That's why everything with them is a contest based on who can look better, not who can be better. They believe in smart or stupid, weak or strong, powerful or powerless. If you are weak and stupid, then you get what you deserve. If you are strong and smart, you'll get what you want. This is a big reason they feel justified for doing the things that they do to other people. They really do believe that you're out to get them first, and if you're not, then you're just a complete idiot and you deserve no mercy. Once again, many of them will admit this if you ask them. Narcissists despise weakness as they perceive it. They despise and fear it in themselves most of all, likely because they know it to be the true reality. This hatred and fear leads them to exploit or attack the weaknesses of others whenever they can, in the misguided belief that this makes them the strong and powerful one by comparison. You cannot expect mercy from the weak. Mercy can only be granted by the strong. However, narcissists are so desperate to feel and look strong, and their concepts of what these things actually look like are so diluted that they telegraph their weaknesses constantly in this way. The truly strong do not exploit the weak because they don't have to. The truly weak exploit opportunities. Narcissists are weak and powerless in this context, and you can see it in the fact that they will take every opportunity to attack someone whose back is turned or who's experiencing a vulnerable moment. That's coward shit. There is no safety when dealing with someone who takes every opportunity to try to make themselves look or feel strong at the expense of other people. That is the world that they create for everyone around them, because it's the world inside of them. Constant war, constant vigilance, no peace, no safety. At any moment there can be an explosion that destroys everything out of the clear blue sky. And then it happens again, and again, and again, and again. The worst thing about this is that so many narcissists think that that's the life they are living, with no ability at all to see that they're doing it all to themselves. They are the ones causing their own constant problems. They are the ones refusing to trust. They are the ones refusing to believe. They are the ones constantly thinking others are trying to hurt them somehow, that events and even the universe itself are conspiring against them. They are the ones who can't keep their big mouth closed for 2 seconds and just realize that you don't have to say everything you think. They are the ones who won't entertain anybody else's perspective or any other interpretation of events. They are the ones who will not accept anything except what they think. This worldview would cause extreme stress and anxiety for anybody, and especially for narcissists who feel powerless and mistreated because of it, and then blame it on and direct it at and take it out on the people around them. Part of the reason for this is because many or even most narcissists are so fragile that literally almost everything hurts them somehow. For example, in the narcissist world, all conflict and criticism are considered harmful, things that have malicious, evil intent. There's no such thing as constructive criticism, for example, or healthy conflict. That's just the way people frame it so that you can't call them out for being mean and rude and offensive and hurtful. In reality, all perceived contradictions to any and everything narcissists do are taken as vicious, malicious attacks, even if all they really boil down to is just a minor difference of opinion. For example, the narcissist says, I like vanilla. And you say, oh, I don't like vanilla very much. I like chocolate. You're just idly chatting, having a superficial conversation that's not important at all. But this is interpreted by the narcissist as you saying that they're wrong for liking vanilla, that vanilla is bad somehow, and by reflection, so is the narcissist. They are now worthless. This immediately escalates the discussion into something much bigger and much more serious than it really is. You have made a criticism of them, you have attacked them, and this horrific offense will be reacted to as such. This level of defensiveness is just not really workable. It can't be worked around and it can't be worked with. It just stops everything every time. Even if they don't become visibly angry or offended, you might still find yourself stuck in an hours-long monologue designed to convince you that vanilla really is the superior choice or chastise you for not liking it. They may also accuse you of trying to control their preferences, even though all you said was that you like it. This dramatic escalation is something that people who deal with narcissists are very familiar with, and it can be very confusing for people because it doesn't make any sense. Why would someone be so offended or upset over something so small? But they are, and this is why. This is how fragile these personalities are and how hostile their world is. Conflict, criticism, opposing opinions, curiosity, asserting one's own identity, even asking clarifying questions, all viewed as antagonistic and offensive to narcissists, as a challenge to their position, which is a challenge to their sense of self. They are so focused on defending themselves against all of these constant perceived threats, there's no ability to do anything else. Again, this level of defensiveness is just not workable. You can't even talk to a person who is that defensive. People around the narcissist, understandably, eventually become frustrated and angry with this impossible way of interacting, inadvertently validating the narcissist's belief that they are in fact being attacked. This leads to more conflict, which only validates this narrative even more, which results in more punishment. In the narcissist world, they are constantly under attack. Constantly means all the time, every single thing you say. You are likely offending this person hundreds of times a day without realizing it. They are at war. In the narcissist world, love and trust are just words that people say. In the narcissist world, everyone is fake. No one says what they really mean, and so it's up to the narcissist to decode what everyone is really saying. In the narcissist world, everything and everyone is dark and scary and predatory. There is no hope. There is no safety. There are no good people. There is just them versus the world. Literally, no one but them exists individually. It's just a mass of people trying to do them dirty, and there are no individuals in that mass. Everyone is seen the same, trusted the same, treated the same. This is why so many of them take joy in tricking and manipulating and hurting other people. It makes them feel smart and powerful, like they're on top of things. You were going to do it to them. They just got you first, so haha, you deserved it. And if you weren't going to do it to them, then you really deserved it, didn't you? You're just too stupid to live, so you get what you get. Guess you should have been smarter. It's important to remember that it takes no intelligence to hurt other people. It takes no intelligence to trick or manipulate people who trust you. Despite their reputations as being master manipulators, the only actual skill that's required to be successful at these things is the willingness to do it. If you are willing to lie, if you are willing to be phony, if you are willing to be shady and to cheat and steal and snake other people around behind their backs, if you have no morals at all, you can be a successful manipulator. It's not that hard, and it takes no special skill or ability or intelligence at all. Manipulators, like narcissists, are not outsmarting other people. They are taking advantage of other people's trust. They see it as outsmarting other people, but that's because they don't even understand what trust is. They see it as other people are too stupid to see what's happening because they don't understand that people who trust someone aren't frantically scanning the environment for ways that this person's going to screw them over. Trust means you don't worry about that, which is something a narcissist cannot understand. You're dealing with someone who feels that to compromise is to lose, that considering other people is weakness, that being asked to be kind to other people is some kind of manipulation that's being perpetrated against them. To trust others is to be set up for a scam. To listen to other people is to be brainwashed and talked out of your side. To understand or to empathize is to be fooled. In the narcissist world, to give literally anything to other people, even basic respect of the space to exist, is to diminish themselves somehow. This is a very limited person who is basically trapped in a hell that they cannot get out of. They are the one who doesn't see how things really are. They are the one who doesn't understand. When dealing with a narcissist, you can become trapped in this hell with them, and it's not only terrible, it's horribly confusing. This is a completely alien landscape for people who understand that love and trust are real things, that safety is possible, that relationships don't have to be a war, that good people do in fact exist. The reality is that understanding this landscape might not be possible for most people on an emotional level because it's just too different. But it can be understood to some degree on an intellectual level, and this can help a lot with reducing confusion and destabilization. This person views things very, very differently than you do. It just is what it is. Understanding how differently can at least help with changing your expectations to ones that are more realistic, which puts an end to the constant disappointment. This person will not be a good partner, or a good parent, or a good sibling, or a good friend. They will not be considerate, or caring, or understanding. They're not going to stop being so defensive. They're not going to stop trying to get one over on everybody. They're not going to stop thinking that you're trying to harm them. They're not going to stop lying. They're not going to stop stealing. They're not going to stop cheating. They won't start believing in love or trust as real things. They won't start considering the perspectives of other people. They're not going to start having empathy. Not only do they potentially not even have the capability to do many of these things, they genuinely do not believe that this is ever smart or safe for them to do. And they're just not going to do it. So if you know that, you can adjust what you expect from them and therefore make a more informed decision about whether or not you want to have any interaction with this person going forward and what any interaction with them could potentially look like. Not what it should be, but what it will be. That's the best we can do in these situations, and although it doesn't sound like much to the wounded heart or the wounded ego, it's actually the only thing we need to do. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that or find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, clinics, and classes, so if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com. Just type that in. It'll take you right to the YouTube channel. Brought to you by ILivedWithAMonster.com, Transrelational Healing, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is extremely important to understand when dealing with narcissists, and that is that narcissists don't play fair. When we are dealing with other human beings, there are certain sort of unwritten rules of engagement. Generally speaking, these would be things like be honest, be rational, be reasonable, be considerate, be fair, be equal, try to understand where people are coming from, try to create an equitable outcome for everybody as much as you can, report your experiences honestly, keep your word, these kind of things. Most of the people that we deal with follow most of these unwritten rules, more or less, particularly in our personal relationships. Certainly, many people will take a more equitable outcome for themselves if they're given the chance, but most people are rational and reasonable. For example, most people are genuinely trying to understand where others are coming from. Most people are trying to be fair in the general sense. However, many narcissistic personalities do not follow these rules. They feel no particular obligation to be honest or fair. They feel no desire to be equitable or treat other people equally. They feel no requirement to keep their word or to honor any of their agreements. They feel no desire to report reality or their experiences honestly. They feel no need to stick to the truth or reality at all. This is important to understand because as human beings, we tend to assume that other human beings are coming at us how we're coming at them. And especially this holds true if that's the case with most of the people that we deal with. Our brains expect people to do what other people do, and we can run into big problems if we are expecting a person to do things that they're not willing or capable of doing. This is the reality of many of these situations, and once we see evidence of this reality, we need to adjust our expectations to match that. For example, if we're dealing with someone who does not value being honest, we need to accept that as the reality of the situation and stop expecting them to tell the truth. They should, but they don't, and that's just how it is. This goes for everything, and it's a big part of dealing with toxic people or situations of any kind. We need to stop expecting a person to be different when they've already shown us how they actually are. How people should be often has nothing to do with how they actually are. What people should do often has nothing to do with what they actually do. It is what it is, and it's important to make that distinction very clear in your mind. Just because somebody should do something doesn't mean they will do it. Just because something's unfair doesn't mean anybody's going to care about that but you. Our job is not to give someone 100 chances to do the right thing. Our job is to recognize the reality of what's happening and decide if we choose to tolerate this person and their behavior in our lives or not. The reality is that when it comes to narcissists, many people choose not to tolerate the person or their behavior because narcissists don't play fair. Not only do they not follow the sort of unwritten rules of engagement for human beings, they don't even follow the rules of reality and objective experience. You can't even start in the same book, let alone on the same page. You are at the library and they're at the gas station or something. You're not having the same subjective experiences at all. And since their subjective experiences inform their objective ones, meaning how they perceive things and how they feel about those perceptions, influences their understanding of the actual things that happened to an extreme distorting degree. Because of that, you're not having the same objective experiences either. You are in reality, but you're not as far as the narcissist is concerned. You know that everything was fine when you were sitting there together watching a movie on Thursday, and if there was a video of this event, it would back up what you're saying, but that is not how they remember it at all. You were arguing furiously and you ruined the movie, and in fact, there was no movie. It wasn't even Thursday. There is no Thursday. You're just a giant liar. You don't even know how to tell the truth. Some of this is because they have no linear memory, and they often have memory issues in general. That's legit. But it also happens because they're now viewing the event through the lens of their current emotion. If the emotion they're having right now is negative, the lens will be negative, and therefore the event is seen and remembered as negative, regardless of what actually happened. This is also how things and people in the narcissist's life that were typically maligned and hated can become re-idealized over time. Their negative emotions regarding that person or that thing have changed, or they have faded due to acute relevancy and proximity, meaning because they're not really around anymore. Therefore, the narcissist's perception and recollection of the event has also changed. For example, let's say the narcissist hated their ex when you met them. Their ex was the devil incarnate. They were the worst person that ever lived. A true monster, an abuser, a cheater, a liar, crazy, psycho, cold, vicious, and you were an angel. The exact opposite of their ex in every single way. Over time, these roles can begin to switch. Now, 10 years into your relationship, their ex was not anywhere near as bad as you are. Their ex wasn't bad at all, in fact. Their memories of that relationship are much more positive now, to the point that they might not even remember seriously negative things in that situation that actually really did happen. They might even accuse you of being the reason they hated their ex, claiming that you poisoned their mind against this person. It is entirely possible that they actually do believe that. They don't remember what really happened, nor do they remember any lies that they might have told you about what happened. They just know that no one has ever been as evil and horrible as you are right now. You are capable of anything, and you have caused all the other problems in their life, so of course you caused this one too. That makes complete sense to them. This scenario can and often does apply to anything from their past. It doesn't have to be an ex. Their family, friends, a job, a place they used to live or go to a lot. Time and space can lead to re-idealization of devalued people, places, and things, particularly if those things are not around in the same capacity anymore. It can be sadly hilarious too, in a very terrible way, because many narcissists report their experience of this re-idealization as some kind of matured outlook and understanding on their part, when in reality, they're just engaging in the same old black and white idealized devalue cycle that they have always engaged in. If they got back into that situation or around that person or whatever again, it would follow the same pattern it always follows. Good at first, and then turning bad, turning sour. Illusion cannot stand up to reality, and illusion is all any of this really is. First, they are remembering it far too negatively, then they are remembering it far too positively. Both scenarios are extreme, and neither one is reflective of reality. Now, that's all assuming the narcissist's presentation of their flawed recollection of reality is sincere, which is often the case. These personalities really do have a lot of serious issues in the areas of memory, perception, and cognition. However, they also lie. In these situations, they lie because they're being contrary and they're simply refusing to agree with what you're saying just because you are saying it. They're lying because they're trying to hide something, because they're trying to make you look bad, and for various other reasons that really make no sense to people who are not disordered. This lack of narrative constancy and coherence alone effectively destroys communication, whether it's sincere or not. How can you communicate with anybody about anything if you can't even agree with them about what planet everyone is on? It's impossible. All it ever amounts to is a long, confusing time suck that frustrates and upsets people who are not only being gaslit about the actual events that took place, but also usually about the kind of person they are. Much of the time, the narcissist's subjective experiences involve them being wronged, cheated, harmed, overlooked, dismissed, or misled somehow. This is usually at the hands of other people, which means that many times their recollection of an event will include the person they experienced the event with doing something wrong to them somehow. This turns the entire discussion into the other person trying to defend themselves and reality and their character from being attacked by the narcissist and their ridiculous misrepresentation of what happened. This is not communication. This is meaningless nonsense and foolishness. There is no way to engage with this because it's completely outside of reality, and it's also completely unfair. As we discussed in the episode of the show called Narcissists and the Unfalsifiable Hypothesis, the issues with narcissists are very often subjective. People's motives, people's feelings, things that happened in the past which were not documented and therefore can only be recounted through memory. In other words, issues with narcissists very often involve things that cannot be proven false. They can't be proven true either, of course, but because they cannot be proven false, the narcissist insists that this is proof that it's true. You can't prove it false, therefore that means it's true. This is a completely unfair position to put people in, and it essentially makes it so that you can never be right, and the narcissist can never be wrong. Most people will accept proof of something or evidence that they are wrong. Narcissists exist in a subjective space where there is no evidence or proof. If there ever is, they simply ignore or deny it. This way of operating effectively cripples your ability to communicate in any way with this person, make any point, or say anything valid at all because they simply deny that it's true even when you can actually prove it. This is another example of how narcissists don't play fair. They hamstring the other person's ability to have any side or to defend themselves and their experience in any way. They dismiss all proof or evidence as flawed, insufficient, fake, or meaningless. They dismiss even solid argument as the meaningless denials of a liar. Everything you say or don't say simply proves them right in their mind. It's an endless series of loaded, have you stopped beating your wife types of questions and accusations. With those types of questions, no matter how you answer, you can be perceived to have admitted doing something wrong. If you say no, for example, you're admitting to beating your wife and you're still doing it. Have you stopped beating your wife? No. Oh, so you still beat her? If you say yes, you're admitting to beating your wife in the past because yes, I stopped, which means I did it before. If you say, I don't beat my wife, you're dodging the question. Oh, so you're not going to answer me? Refusing to answer at all looks even worse. Pathologically narcissistic people attempt to trap you into, quote, admitting things in this same fashion by the way that they frame the things that they say. It's hard to say whether this is intentional or simply the way that they think. Because even very unintelligent narcissists do this, it's likely more related to the way that they think than anything else, but it doesn't really even matter because the end result is the same. No matter what you say, it will validate their conclusions and suspicions and accusations, even if you don't say anything. This is because it's not actually a real argument or an exchange where people have sides and they're presenting their sides. They're just attacking you, and you will not be allowed to defend yourself. You have no defense. You have already been found guilty. Understanding this is important because it helps people see why trying to engage in these situations is not recommended by most people. It's pointless. It makes no difference whatsoever. You cannot defend yourself. You're not on trial. You've already been convicted without ever even being given a chance to represent yourself in any way. This is extremely unfair, but narcissists don't play fair. They don't care about being fair. They don't care about fairness. They care about being right and vindicated. They care about winning. They care about punishing other people. When you realize that every interaction with a narcissist is potential evidence in an ongoing trial of your character in which no proof of your innocence will ever be accepted or considered, you realize the futility of even bothering. This is not a situation where this person is going to allow themselves to be quote unquote proven wrong, despite what may seem like protestations to the contrary. This can be tricky for people to navigate because, for example, many narcissists will repeatedly ask for evidence and proof or insist that you could convince them or change their minds, but then they reject every single thing that they're told or that they're shown as immaterial, irrelevant, inconsequential. The reality is that this is just not true, whether they think it is or not. You are not going to be able to prove anything to them because they made up their mind with no real proof or evidence in the first place. All you are really doing is handing them something to withhold from you so that they can feel powerful by not giving it to you. This only makes things worse for you. Narcissists are absolutely sure you are lying, and your denials, explanations, protestations, and evidence only convince them of that even more. It only serves to show them that now they have you exactly where they want you, and now you're panicking because you've been caught. They're holding all the cards, they're holding all the power, they are strong, you are weak. Of course, if you were to say, okay, fine, your mind is clearly made up, there's nothing I can do about that, so you just believe whatever you want then. This usually causes them to try harder to push you to want to defend yourself. They make even more extreme accusations maybe about your character. They might say things like, that proves I'm right because you're not even denying it, and other things designed to try to trigger you into defending yourself, because not defending yourself takes their perceived power position away from narcissists. Don't get confused here. This does not appear to be coming at all from a genuine place of truly wanting to believe you and just needing to be convinced. It's coming from a place of wanting you to keep defending yourself so that they can keep withholding, keep saying they don't believe you. It's just a power game. If withholding means that they can win in their minds, then they will do that. If giving in means that they can win in their minds, they will do that. This is why you often see that in Hoovers and situations where they're trying to regain control or re-secure the relationship after a person has attempted to exit it. They offer to give the things that they usually withhold. It has nothing to do with the subject or the thing itself. It's about their perceived power over it. The narcissist giveth, the narcissist taketh away, and make no mistake about it, that's absolutely how they see it. That is probably the biggest way that narcissists don't play fair, and it's also the biggest reason they don't play fair. Everything is about power and control on some level, and if you play fair, you might not win. They need to win because winning equals power, so they don't play fair. They are willing to use every dirty trick, stoop to every awful level, muddy every water, and do every single thing they can to make sure they come out the winner in every single power game they engage in. And since everything is a power game for pathologically narcissistic personalities, even simple small talk conversations, that means they are essentially doing this all the time. To be fair, because we actually care about being fair, narcissists think everyone else is doing that too. That's the whole thing. You're trying to control them and beat them and force them to lose, and they're trying to stop you from doing that. Think about the accusations that have been made against you, the things that you've supposedly done to upset them, the reason that they get angry. You will see proof of this. Narcissists constantly accuse others of trying to control them, trying to embarrass them, trying to sabotage them, trying to usurp them, trying to influence them, of trying to win, basically. Trying to overpower the narcissist and force them to come out bad or be the loser in the situation somehow. Narcissists see every situation as a contest and a competition and a comparison, and they have a little mental tally board in their mind that keeps track of whether they won or not. When you were at that office party and you didn't laugh at their joke, you were trying to humiliate the narcissist so they would look bad and you'll look better. That's a tally mark under your name. You won that one, which means they lost. When you asked them to hand you that pen and they did it like some spineless worm, you were demonstrating to everybody that you control them, even if there was nobody else there. That's a tally mark under your name. You won that one, which means they lost. And by the way, many narcissists really do look at it like that, that if you ask them to do something and they do it, no matter what it is, somehow you're controlling them, and they resent that enormously. These things are ridiculous. They're absurd. But if you've been dealing with someone who is pathologically narcissistic, you know that not only are they true, it can get much more ridiculous even than that. These personalities nurse extreme grievances against other people that the other people are not even aware of. They have no idea that the narcissist is so offended and aggrieved and hurt and angered by their behavior, because who the hell would be? Who looks at things like that? Narcissists do. And when dealing with narcissists, you are engaged in a war, a constant competition where you do not know the rules and you have no choice of whether to participate or not. Your name was automatically entered into the contest when you signed up for any kind of interaction with this person. You are forced to run in this race, but you're not allowed to win. If you are running faster than they can, this person will attempt to break your legs. Not completely. You still have to be able to run. They can't win the race if you're not in it, because it's not a race if there's only one person. They handicap you just enough so that you can still run, but you can't win. That's pretty much the summary of these relationships. You have to be able to run, but you can't be able to win. You are forced to compete in a game that you are not ever allowed to win. You can't even cheat somehow and just allow them to win so that the game could be over, because this is a race with no finish line. They don't want to just win anyway. They want to beat you. The point is for you to keep running so that they can keep seeing that they are legitimately beating you. You couldn't cheat anyway, because what are the rules? On what field is the game being played today? You don't know. You will never know. This is yet another way that it's rigged against you. All of a narcissist's emotional manipulations, all of their horrible abusive tactics, all the terrible things they do, it all comes down to this. Narcissists need to win, but they can only experience themselves in contrast and comparison to other people, which means that they need you to keep running so they can see that they're beating you. That's the important part. They have to see that they're beating you. When you are chasing them, when you're running after them, when you want something from them, they're beating you. When you outpace them, they trip you. They sabotage you. They manipulate you. They gum up the works. They throw sand in the gears. They attack you, sometimes physically. They do whatever they can to make sure you do not get ahead of them, because they simply cannot tolerate the feeling of losing. Losing for a narcissist means having no power. It means having no control over anything. It means not surviving. And here you thought you were running with the narcissist. No, you are running against them, whether you realize that or not. This is not jogging buddies. Narcissists cannot tolerate being equal in any way. They have to win. This is a race for survival, and this person has to make sure they do not lose, which means making sure you don't win. That's the worst part of this whole thing. How did the tortoise beat the hare? By being smarter, not faster. The narcissist is neither smarter nor faster. They know they cannot beat you. So in order to win, they have to make sure you can't beat them. The only way to do that, if you're not smarter or faster, is to cripple the opponent. If your opponent can only limp along, then it doesn't matter how dumb or slow you are, does it? On an episode of Married with Children years ago, Kelly, the daughter, was going out the door with a bat to beat up another girl, and Marcy, the neighbor, said, you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar. And Kelly replied, yes, but if you pull their wings off, they'll eat whatever you give them. Goodbye. That is the mindset we're talking about here. This is a person who knows that under any fair circumstance and in any straight game, they simply cannot compete. So they create a game that is completely slanted in their favor and force other people into competing against them without that person's knowledge or consent. That's the only way they can win. When you stop running, their race with you is over. This is why they try to regain control in whatever way they can and try to force you to keep running after them, keep wanting things, keep trying to prove, keep trying to explain, keep trying to get anywhere with your broken legs. You are not allowed to win, and by refusing to run at all, you won. How? Because by not running, you don't allow them to win, which means that in their mind, they lost. You took the control. You took the power. You basically said, why do I want to run a race I can't win for anyway? I didn't even want to be in a stupid race. Now they have no way to measure if they're winning or not because they have nobody to compare themselves to, which creates huge anxiety and fear in narcissists as they have no other way to experience or be able to see themselves. You put a stop to the power game, and by doing so, you have forced them to relinquish the power they thought they had over the situation. There's nothing that disturbs this personality more. Ironically, that's also the best thing for you in this situation. By interacting at all with this kind of person, you are agreeing to participate in these dynamics. It is a fruitless, pointless waste of time that can also be extremely damaging to you, even in small doses. Don't let your ego get involved. This is exactly the dynamic that allows narcissists to come in and get such a hold on people's lives. Their ego is battling yours, and theirs is much, much bigger and much, much more toxic. Even if you somehow defeated them at their own game, what would that even mean? You'd beat a one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest. Big deal. They'd never acknowledge your win anyway, or they would overturn it later. It wouldn't even matter. It's a hollow victory, and it's one that is not worth the cost to yourself if you actually could achieve it, which is very doubtful. It does not usually work out that way. People who think that they're defeating narcissists and beating them and all whatever these things are just letting the narcissist keep controlling them and taking up space in their heads. This is not just pointless, it's actually kind of sad because the reality is that the narcissist never really thought about them one way or the other. The narcissist never even saw them. If this has not been made clear by now, allow me to say it very plainly. The narcissist is running a race with themselves and using you to see themselves winning. You do not matter here. These personalities are not competitors on any level in this context anyway. They are children playing dress up. That's why they don't play fair. It's much more satisfying to simply stop running once you realize what's going on and just go the other way. What are you running for anyway? You're not going to get what you want. The whole point of this ridiculous race is to make sure of that. It's very simple. The race works best when a narcissist keeps you running after something they can keep refusing to give you. If you ever got it, the race would be over and you would have won. Since you can't be allowed to win, this means you can never get it. Get it? Stop running. You're exhausting yourself for no real reason. This person does not even have the things that you want from them anyway. The only way that the relationship even functions is because they're able to pretend that they do. In professional wrestling, for example, the bad guys sometimes cheat and use weapons. There are old school performers who became very adept at pretending they had small weapons like a roll of quarters or something they could hide in their hand to antagonize the crowd. They would pretend to have it in their hand and hit the good guy, then drop it down their trunks, then pretend to take it out again and hit the good guy again, then put it in their boot. They would go on with this charade for the entire match, moving the weapon to different hiding spots on their person and driving the crowd crazy over this supposed weapon, when in reality, they had nothing at all. It was all sleight of hand and illusion, like a magician. The crowd didn't know that. They believed what they thought they saw. And of course they did. Why wouldn't they? This is the same thing narcissists are doing in relationships with other people. It's all sleight of hand and illusion. They are pretending they have something to offer when in reality they don't. When we are running after these things in relationships with narcissists, we're chasing a ghost. There's nothing there. It's just someone who needs you to think that there is, so that you have some reason to stay invested, which was exactly the psychology behind the tactic we just described in pro wrestling. People cared more and got more invested in the match because they felt the bad guy was cheating and the good guy was getting screwed. They would be willing then to pay more money to come back to see the good guy get his revenge for that. When you provoke people's emotions, they will become invested. We see that in TV shows, sports, politics, everything. When you take away your emotional investment in the narcissist, or even just stop letting it dictate your actions, you reclaim your power. You win. We say all of this to relate a very simple but very powerful lesson here. The way to win with people who don't play fair is not to play with them at all once you know that. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you would like to pick up a copy of any one of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or you can find them on Amazon.com. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com. Just type that address in, it'll take you directly to the YouTube channel. Today's episode is brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that many people have come to see about dealing with narcissists, and that is that they're like the walking dead. What do we mean by that? When you say walking dead, most people think of zombies lurching around trying to eat people's brains or rising out of the grave to terrorize the neighborhood. There's certainly a metaphor you could pull out of that, more than one, really, but what we're talking about here is a little less ghoulish, though perhaps no less scary for all of that. We are talking about what it means to be alive, to be living in a human sense. What makes us alive? If you watched Sesame Street when you were a little kid, you remember that whether something was alive or not was determined by three factors. Does it breathe? Does it eat? Does it grow? Certainly in a biological sense, narcissists are alive, but what about beyond that? What makes us alive as human beings? We could argue that growth is a big answer to that. We're no different from other living things in this way. For example, if you planted a tree 20 years ago, then you went back to check on it and it had not changed one bit, you wouldn't be like, oh, that's fantastic. You'd be like, this tree did not grow at all. What the heck is the problem? You would automatically realize something was wrong because it didn't grow at all. This doesn't just apply to physical growth either for human beings. We also need to be able to engage in mental, emotional, and spiritual evolution, to be able to adapt, expansion of perspective, the ability to change. If we can't do those things, then there's really only so much we can learn and really only so far we can go with anything. If you cannot learn from your mistakes, if you can't expand your perspectives, if you can't do different things when you need to, if you can't learn from your failures, then you're going to continue to do what you've always done, even if it doesn't work anymore, even if it never really worked. As many a motivational poster has warned us, if you continue to do what you've always done, you will continue to get what you've always got. Questionable grammar notwithstanding, that is very good advice. This is what you see so often with pathologically narcissistic people. They tend to have serious, even extreme difficulty with psychological flexibility and adapting. Many narcissists claim that they're evolving, but what you will find is just a new version of the same old scene. They find new excuses or justifications for the same things that they've been doing, thinking, or believing, and they call that growth. For example, someone who refuses to engage in necessary discussions or address real issues might try to justify that by calling it boundaries now. Or someone who's always been selfish and inconsiderate may continue to engage in that behavior but try to justify it by calling it self-care now. This is a new coat of paint on a very old car. Finding a new way to justify engaging in old behavior is not evolving. It's not growth at all. Narcissists are not the only people who do those kinds of things, of course, but the mechanism behind this behavior for them is rigid pathology and a pretty profound lack of self-awareness, among other serious issues. They may, in fact, believe they're legitimately doing something different. It's very difficult for narcissists to change their beliefs, perspectives, mindsets, and viewpoints. They generally have immense difficulty adapting to changing circumstances or when things don't go the way that they thought things would go. The amount of psychological rigidity here is extremely problematic. If you've ever tried to prove something to a narcissist, you already know that. This isn't just a gimmick or like a put on. They really do have serious difficulty with integrating new information. So much so that they very often will continue to say the same wrong thing even after they've been corrected and or proven wrong repeatedly. Many times it's as if they don't even remember having been proven wrong, and it's very possible that they don't, because the information that contradicted what they think or what they believe was just ignored. Even if they acknowledged it at the time, it was not integrated or processed in any way. It's just words that were being said. Pathologically narcissistic personalities can have such immature and primitive processing abilities that they legitimately cannot process or integrate contradictory information, like a baby. This is, for example, the reason that they engage in splitting and black and white thinking. Narcissists are unable to process contradictory information about the same object. However, whereas a baby generally matures into this type of capability, adult narcissists do not. They've already missed the boat on that, as it were. This makes the growth piece of being a living human being very difficult for them. What we see so often is that they become stuck, either in the past, or on negative things, or on things that never happened, or on opportunities they didn't capitalize, or something that they failed at, or on feelings, or on a state of being, or whatever else, and then they can't move on. There is no way for them to expand their perspective, let things go, or process things so that they can move forward with a better or different understanding. They just don't have that capability. They stay stuck, running around in circles in their minds and dragging the same things up, or arguing about the same things, or talking about the same feelings, or boring everybody with the same stories over and over and over again. Part of this is a choice because though they legitimately do have extreme difficulty integrating new information, they are very often reinforcing that problem by refusing to even try. This is largely due to stubbornness on top and fear underneath. The stubborn refusal to listen to anyone else or entertain any other perspective is exactly that. It's a refusal. They can't be wrong. They won't be wrong. They're not going to be wrong. That's it. They have to be the winner. They have to be right. And to them, that's winning. The fact that it causes them to stagnate and never be able to evolve is not considered. They held their position. That means they won. That's it. The reality is this is extremely harmful for them in many ways. They're just too focused on other things to be able to see that. They're so focused on hanging on to this that they can't see that everyone else is moving on without them. Everyone else is leaving them behind. Everyone else is maturing and outgrowing them. It can be decades before they figure it out, if they ever do. And many times, they're still too stubborn to acknowledge it or to try something different. However, the undercurrent driving all of this stubbornness and this refusal is fear. The simple fact is, many narcissists view looking at things from a different perspective as, quote, gaslighting themselves, or they refuse out of the fear that this is somehow going to make them vulnerable to whatever dastardly trick that you're trying to play on them. They're fossilized, set in stone, aging but never changing. It's really very sad in many ways that someone is so afraid and fragile that even entertaining a different perspective is too threatening for them to be able to try. But you can't change this for them. They have to be willing to do it themselves, and they're not. That's essentially what the word pathological means in practical terms in this context. A refusal to adapt or change even when it's necessary, even when it's required. It is what it is. This is completely unworkable, and in the end, it doesn't really matter why. You cannot have a relationship with someone who won't meet you in the middle, who just stands in the same place forever, refusing to make any effort or move forward at all, in saying that the efforts that you are making are not good enough for them because you can't walk the rest of the way. The infantile entitlement that you see here is also fear-driven. The attitude is, I shouldn't have to, but the unspoken conclusion of that sentence is, because I can't. Some narcissists will even say that. Unfortunately, this is where you have to leave them, in the past where they're stuck. Only the dead live in the past, clinging to the lives and wounds and patterns that killed them. You can't drag a corpse through life. It only slows you down or stops you from going forward. It does nothing for the corpse because the corpse is beyond help. You have to leave it where it is and move on because you're alive. You are growing and evolving and changing every day. They're not, and that's just how it is. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you are listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com, Transrelational Healing, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something very important, and that is that you need to stop trying to get narcissists to agree with you. This means just in general and specifically about their own actions and how they are behaving. You might think you're not doing that, especially considering that you're just talking about facts and people don't have to agree with facts. Facts just are, whether people agree with them or not. Most people realize this, of course, which is why most people can be swayed by facts and evidence. Most people can accept when they are proven wrong by facts. If you're arguing with someone about what year World War II started, for example, most people will concede that they're wrong and change their position when you show them that they are incorrect. More than that, most people will update their internal data banks to include this information and to replace the wrong information. Similarly, if you're discussing someone's behavior, most people don't try to dispute or deny that they did something when they know that somebody else was there and saw them, or that there's a picture of it or a video and things like that. Narcissists are not most people. As we discussed in the episode, Stop Trying to Outsmart Narcissists, facts and evidence mean nothing to them. They really don't. Pathologically narcissistic personalities have extremely rigid, fixed mindsets. They find it very difficult to change information that they think is true. That's in part what pathological means. This is one of the reasons they don't seem to learn from experience or consequences, for example. They might change a particular behavior, but only if they absolutely have to, and their goals tend not to change at all. For example, a narcissist who goes to prison for breaking into people's houses often does not come out of prison having learned not to be a thief anymore. They tend to come out with ideas of how to keep stealing but not go to prison for it anymore. The specific behavior might change. They might not break into people's houses anymore, but the goal does not, and they usually keep stealing from other people in some way. We see this in the quote-unquote evolution of career criminals all the time. They just try to find new or different ways to get away with the same old thing. People in prison for sexual assault often come out with this same idea too, unfortunately. They don't decide not to sexually assault people anymore. They decide to kill their victims so that they can't be told on anymore. There are unfortunately many examples of this. This is an escalation in behavior, perhaps, but it's also just logical to them. If I want to stop going to prison, I need to stop being caught. The idea that they're going to prison because they're doing something wrong does not really occur to them, nor do they care if they're told. It's not about that. As far as these kinds of people are concerned, it's not about going to prison for doing things wrong. You go to prison for being caught. This mindset is very hard to change, and their other mindsets are generally no different. You can see a huge lack of empathy here as well. That's why so many of them are not sorry. What's to be sorry? If you have no real empathy and no real appreciation of the emotional reality of other people, then you're really not going to be able to see it any other way. If you take the wrong that you're doing to other people out of this equation, it's just a game where you're trying to get away with something, a higher stakes game of cops and robbers. I'm going to do this thing I'm not supposed to do, and you're going to try to catch me. When sentenced to death for the murders that he committed, Billy the Kid was asked by a reporter why he was smiling and laughing in court. Supposedly, the kid's response was something like, "What's the use of being gloomy about it? The laugh's on me this time, that's all." During an interview with police about his many crimes besides murder, serial killer Israel Keys laughed and said, "Everything's free if you just take it." John Gacy's last words before he was executed were, "Kiss my ass." People who don't have the capacity to understand that other people have feelings and rights are not concerned about respecting these things at all. So appealing to that is not going to make a difference, even if a narcissist is not a killer or some kind of career criminal. It just doesn't matter to them. So besides the rigidity of their mindsets, there's also nothing emotional to make them want to change the way that they look at things or the things that they're doing. They don't know or care that it's wrong. To them, it's not. Not only that, they don't want to change it anyway. This is a power and control thing, but it's also an existential thing, meaning to do with their existence. The way narcissists view themselves is extremely important. They don't have stable identities in any way, so they have to rely on feedback from other people to sustain a self-image. How you see me is how I can see me. Also, they define themselves via binary comparison, especially in self-defense against a negative image of themselves that they've been presented with. This is why if you say they are bad, they say you are bad, because there can't be two bads. It's binary, it's black and white. Therefore, if you're bad, then I'm good. If you're stupid, then I'm smart. This is some of that black and white thinking that we always hear about regarding narcissistic personalities. If you call me bad, then by definition, you're good, which means when I call you bad, that makes me good. Again, we can see this type of thing in examples of narcissists who have done the worst things imaginable and admitted it and even bragged about it. Even they still will not admit the things that they think make them look bad. Ted Bundy refused to admit to any necrophilic behavior, even though they had proof that he did that. Gacy would not admit that he was gay, even though he clearly was. Richard Ramirez would not listen to talk about any crimes that he committed against children, even though he bragged about everything else, including horrific crimes against elderly women who were over 80 years old. The reason they would not admit to these things was the same in each and every situation. These things were considered sick and depraved by them, and they therefore did not want to be thought of like that. Clearly, they were not able to admit it even to themselves. Narcissists will often put distance between themselves and their actions somehow. For example, they might say, "when you got hurt," instead of "when I hit you." Or, "well, then something happened and the gun went off," instead of "then I shot the guy." Others may say things like, "yes, I did that, but that's not me though. That's not who I am. I don't do things like that." This we also see in those who commit awful crimes and admit it. Again, even they still will not admit the things that they think make them look bad. That's how pathological narcissism functions across the board. They need to control how they are seen because this forms their reality and their experience of themselves. This is how power and control plays into it. People who are very narcissistic are extremely concerned with power and controlling how they are seen is a big part of why. The need for power and control and the existential crises go hand in hand. They need power and control to prevent the psychological collapse that would come if the identity narrative they have of themselves were to be disrupted. For people with a stable, developed, and cohesive identity, it's hurtful when other people think that you're something you're not, but it's not going to destroy you. You have a grounded, developed identity and you know who you are. You do not define yourself through how other people see you. For people who are pathologically narcissistic, This is not the case. They cannot generate this without feedback and participation from other people, which means they need to control their environment and everybody in it to make sure that they get the feedback that matches the image they have of themselves or that they need to project of themselves in order to function. It's like being in a play. If all of the actors just start saying and doing whatever they want, the story of the play is ruined. They have to react a certain way. They have to say and do certain things. They have to follow the script and do exactly as they're told according to their roles, or the play is not going to work to tell the story that it's supposed to be telling. If people do not follow the script, the narcissist's illusion of themselves is totally ruined. They attempt to control everything to prevent that from happening because if it does, the psychological consequences for them are generally disastrous. They're very extreme. It's important to remember that this typically goes far beyond just trying to fool other people into thinking that the narcissist is somebody they're not in order to get away with stuff. This is often what it results in, but as a thing, it's much more important to their psychology and functioning than that. That's how it impacts you. How it impacts them is much bigger. This is about creating a reality they can actually live in and experience themselves through. They live in a fantasy land, an illusion of themselves and their lives and their place in the world. And this cannot happen in any tangible way unless other people go along with it. They need other people to believe in the illusion and help to make it real so that they can believe it, so that they can live in it. If that doesn't happen, they can't. This is why trying to get them to agree with you is pointless. First of all, they are in a different reality than you are anyway, which you already know from interacting with them. These people are way out in left field somewhere. Secondly, they tend to be extremely contrary, and very often they view agreeing with the other person or even listening to them at all as a form of submission and giving up the power position, which you may not know but undoubtedly have seen. These two things alone make the situation legitimately impossible. Add in the existential need to protect their narrative, and it's just a colossal waste of time. This is regarding any subject, but the biggest waste of time of all is trying to get them to acknowledge their own harmful behavior toward others, which is what most people are trying to do. The problem is there's a fundamental disconnect here that cannot be bridged. From where you're sitting, you are trying to show them facts about their harmful behavior and get them to care about that so that they'll stop doing it. From where they're sitting, you're trying to get them to agree with your opinion that they're an abuser and just a bad person. This is just not going to happen. Even people who are not narcissists tend to find acknowledging their own harmful behavior extremely difficult. And if you consider the fact that this personality is literally unable to cope with real life in any way to the point where they have to pretend that they're somebody else just to face life at all, you can see the problem here. It's just not something this person is going to be able to do. They don't believe it's really true anyway, because in addition to these things that we've been talking about, an external locus of control and their narcissistic defense mechanisms such as projection, denial, and their problems that affect perception like cognitive distortions legitimately prevent them from seeing it. To them, it's just a battle of whose opinion wins. They cannot see the rest of this at all, as you can probably already tell from dealing with them. They just don't see it. On top of all this, narcissists have serious difficulty with empathy. They cannot understand the emotional reality of other people. They don't hear your feelings or the facts or whatever. All they hear is that you're criticizing them. You're calling them bad. You're saying they're wrong. You're saying mean things. You're blaming them. You're shaming them. You're attacking them. That's all they hear. This just reinforces the defensive position they've already taken that you're attacking them and you're trying to convince them into seeing themselves as a bad person. This triggers that fear of existential crisis that's attached to not having a stable identity because, as we discussed in depth in the episode Stop Trying to Be the Good Guy with Narcissists, to see themselves as bad is absolutely intolerable. It can trigger collapse. They may react to your perceived attempts to do this then with extreme defensiveness and hostility, even rage and aggression. This causes even more damage because now not only do they not care that you're hurt, they're hurting you more. You try to explain differently in a better way with different words, using examples, using metaphors, using sock puppets, and still all they hear is that you're attacking and criticizing them. They never make the connection to you or to your pain at all. Not even once. It's all about them. And the more you explain, the bigger of a threat that they see. The more convinced they become that you're just trying to harm them and convince them to see themselves as bad, which makes you a very bad person indeed, because for that to happen would destroy them. Many narcissists will even say things like that. You're trying to kill me. You're trying to erase me. You're trying to destroy me. This is where we so often see the misunderstandings that these relationships are notorious for. So many issues with narcissists come from legitimate misunderstandings. They often take things wrong, take things personally, then get offended or hurt when they don't need to be, causing enormous problems over nothing repeatedly, and then they will not listen when you try to explain or correct them. For the other person, this is very frustrating because you can probably see very clearly what the problem is and how to fix it. There's been a misunderstanding, it needs to be corrected, right? Problem solved. Except the problem's not what you think it is. There's been a misunderstanding, yes, but it's not a failure of communication, which could be resolved by communicating better. This is a failure to understand the emotional reality of other people. It's a fundamental disconnect that cannot be resolved by explaining yourself over and over again or resolved by you doing anything. It can't be resolved at all. This person does not have the capability to understand that you're a person like them who has feelings and motives and thoughts and beliefs and a life all of your own. That's why they've misunderstood your meaning or your motive or your words or whatever to be about them. They took it personally because they are the only person they can see. This is not a communication problem, which is why more and better and different communication doesn't fix it. What it does do is result in a circular dynamic where you try to tell the narcissist how they've hurt you. They accuse you of attacking or criticizing them by saying that, which results in you defending yourself and either getting angry or insisting that that's not your intent. Both of these things then look to them like you're dismissing their feelings and refusing to take accountability for the wrong that you've done to them, and around and around and around it goes. Narcissists cannot connect their actions to your feelings because they're unable to recognize the emotional reality of you. They have severe empathy deficits, so to them it often looks like you're just attacking them and trying to make them think that they're bad. Even if they could understand that you have a real point and real feelings, it probably wouldn't matter in these situations anyway. Narcissists prioritize self-defense over resolution, over resolving issues and problems. This is why they so often refuse to engage in productive communication at all. They won't listen, they interrupt, they go silent, they stonewall, they mock, they insult, they leave, they yell, they get violent. It's not about resolving the actual problem in any way. It's about defending themselves and holding on to the power position. They view defending themselves through the lens of winning the conflict as if it's a war. One does not resolve war, one wins war. This means no resolution, no compromise, no negotiation, no mercy. You don't win wars with compromise and mercy, folks. That's just not how it is. You win wars by being willing to do whatever it takes to win. And you're sitting over here like, I'm literally not trying to be in a war. I'm trying to be in a relationship. But to narcissists, these are one and the same. In war, people want to hurt you and control you and win. In relationships, people want to hurt you and control you and win. This appears to be how they see it. Many of them will even say so, and it's absolutely how they act. If you're dealing with a narcissist and you're trying to convince them of anything, reach any kind of agreement, get them to acknowledge anything, you will save a lot of time and pain for yourself if you can recognize that this person agreeing with you about anything, specifically how harmful or wrong or whatever else their own behavior is almost certainly a lost cause. You cannot even get them to agree on what year World War II started, even by showing them proof. These personalities would rather suffocate and drop dead if breathing meant that you would get what you want somehow. They would rather do anything than lose, including die, because if they choose to die, then they keep the power and the control. That really is the only thing that truly matters to them. This is another thing we can see examples of in narcissists who have committed horrible acts against other people, like murder. Many of them take their own lives, not because they feel bad, not because they're so depressed, but because they refuse to let the police or the state or the court system or whoever else win and take the power away from them in this way. Some have even left notes or communicated this in other ways. They would literally rather be dead than lose. And even if the behavior isn't always that extreme, the attitude generally is. As an aside, contrary to what many people believe, suicide among pathologically narcissistic people is higher than the general population. Some studies suggest that it is much higher, and pathological narcissism is strongly associated with more lethal methods being chosen. Their inability to lose is very likely part of the reason for this. And again, many people don't believe that, but it's very easy to verify. A simple Google search will turn up many studies, papers, articles. This association has been known and been documented for years. Now, you might be thinking, yes, but it wouldn't be me winning here. I'm not winning. Them acknowledging their own behavior or agreeing to this compromise or whatever the thing is I'm trying to convince them of or get them to acknowledge or agree with would actually be good for them. It's not just me getting what I want. Right. So you know that, and I know that because we live in reality, and that's the reality of the situation. But reality does not matter here, as we have discussed so many times on this channel. It just really doesn't. They see what they see, they hear what they hear, they think what they think, facts notwithstanding. It is what it is. This person prioritizes self-defense and winning above everything else because to lose power and control by losing the conflict is literally intolerable, as we have been discussing. Listening is losing. Compromising is losing. Agreeing is losing. Acknowledging is losing. Submitting is losing. And it doesn't matter that you think there's no conflict or that you're not trying to have a conflict, or that you don't want to have a conflict. There is one. And if you're not winning it, you're losing. So when you're deciding what course of action to take in whatever situation you find yourself in, remember that if you truly believe you are dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality, you need to understand that you're dealing with a person who feels that simply listening to the words that you're saying is submitting, and submitting is losing, and losing is death. This sounds extremely dramatic and absurd, and it is, but narcissists tend to be extremely dramatic, extremely absurd people. Reality is on your side, and so are the facts, but these things will not help you in this situation. Nothing will in that regard because this person simply will not do what you want, and for all the reasons we discussed, they cannot be convinced to do so. It is what it is. Accept that reality and work within it. That's the only thing there is to do. And remember, you don't need narcissists to agree with you. Your experience is your experience, whether someone else will admit it or not. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or find them on Amazon.com. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com. Just type that in, it'll take you right to the YouTube channel, brought to you by Relational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on TheLittleShaman.com. Just type that address in, it'll take you directly to the YouTube channel. Today's episode is brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that many people have come to see about dealing with narcissists, and that is that they're like the walking dead. What do we mean by that? When you say walking dead, most people think of zombies lurching around trying to eat people's brains or rising out of the grave to terrorize the neighborhood. There's certainly a metaphor you could pull out of that, more than one, really, but what we're talking about here is a little less ghoulish, though perhaps no less scary for all of that. We are talking about what it means to be alive, to be living in a human sense. What makes us alive? If you watched Sesame Street when you were a little kid, you remember that whether something was alive or not was determined by 3 factors. Does it breathe? Does it eat? Does it grow? Certainly in a biological sense, narcissists are alive, but what about beyond that? What makes us alive as human beings? We could argue that growth is a big answer to that. We're no different from other living things in this way. For example, if you planted a tree 20 years ago, then you went back to check on it and it had not changed one bit, you wouldn't be like, oh, that's fantastic. You'd be like, this tree did not grow at all. What the heck is the problem? You would automatically realize something was wrong because it didn't grow at all. This doesn't just apply to physical growth either for human beings. We also need to be able to engage in mental, emotional, and spiritual evolution, to be able to adapt, expansion of perspective, the ability to change. If we can't do those things, then there's really only so much we can learn and really only so far we can go with anything. If you cannot learn from your mistakes, if you can't expand your perspectives, if you can't do different things when you need to, if you can't learn from your failures, then you're going to continue to do what you've always done, even if it doesn't work anymore, even if it never really worked. As many a motivational poster has warned us, if you continue to do what you've always done, you will continue to get what you've always got. Questionable grammar notwithstanding, that is very good advice. This is what you see so often with pathologically narcissistic people. They tend to have serious, even extreme difficulty with psychological flexibility and adapting. Many narcissists claim that they're evolving, but what you will find is just a new version of the same old scene. They find new excuses or justifications for the same things that they've been doing, thinking, or believing, and they call that growth. For example, someone who refuses to engage in necessary discussions or address real issues might try to justify that by calling it boundaries now. Or someone who's always been selfish and inconsiderate may continue to engage in that behavior but try to justify it by calling it self-care now. This is a new coat of paint on a very old car. Finding a new way to justify engaging in old behavior is not evolving. It's not growth at all. Narcissists are not the only people who do those kinds of things, of course, but the mechanism behind this behavior for them is rigid pathology and a pretty profound lack of self-awareness, among other serious issues. They may, in fact, believe they're legitimately doing something different. It's very difficult for narcissists to change their beliefs, perspectives, mindsets, and viewpoints. They generally have immense difficulty adapting to changing circumstances or when things don't go the way that they thought things would go. The amount of psychological rigidity here is extremely problematic. If you've ever tried to prove something to a narcissist, you already know that. This isn't just a gimmick or like a put on. They really do have serious difficulty with integrating new information. So much so that they very often will continue to say the same wrong thing even after they've been corrected and or proven wrong repeatedly. Many times it's as if they don't even remember having been proven wrong, and it's very possible that they don't, because the information that contradicted what they think or what they believe was just ignored. Even if they acknowledged it at the time, it was not integrated or processed in any way. It's just words that were being said. Pathologically narcissistic personalities can have such immature and primitive processing abilities that they legitimately cannot process or integrate contradictory information, like a baby. This is, for example, the reason that they engage in splitting in black and white thinking. Narcissists are unable to process contradictory information about the same object. However, whereas a baby generally matures into this type of capability, adult narcissists do not. They've already missed the boat on that, as it were. This makes the growth piece of being a living human being very difficult for them. What we see so often is that they become stuck, either in the past or on negative things or on things that never happened or on opportunities they didn't capitalize or something that they failed at or on feelings or on a state of being or whatever else, and then they can't move on. There is no way for them to expand their perspective, let things go, or process things so that they can move forward with a better or different understanding. They just don't have that capability. They stay stuck, running around in circles in their minds and dragging the same things up or arguing about the same things or talking about the same feelings or boring everybody with the same stories over and over and over again. Part of this is a choice because though they legitimately do have extreme difficulty integrating new information, they are very often reinforcing that problem by refusing to even try. This is largely due to stubbornness on top and fear underneath. The stubborn refusal to listen to anyone else or entertain any other perspective is exactly that. It's a refusal. They can't be wrong. They won't be wrong. They're not going to be wrong. That's it. They have to be the winner. They have to be right. And to them, that's winning. The fact that it causes them to stagnate and never be able to evolve is not considered. They held their position. That means they won. That's it. The reality is this is extremely harmful for them in many ways. They're just too focused on other things to be able to see that. They're so focused on hanging on to this that they can't see that everyone else is moving on without them. Everyone else is leaving them behind. Everyone else is maturing and outgrowing them. It can be decades before they figure it out, if they ever do. And many times, they're still too stubborn to acknowledge it or to try something different. However, the undercurrent driving all of this stubbornness and this refusal is fear. The simple fact is, many narcissists view looking at things from a different perspective as, quote, gaslighting themselves, or they refuse out of the fear that this is somehow going to make them vulnerable to whatever dastardly trick that you're trying to play on them. They're fossilized, set in stone, aging but never changing. It's really very sad in many ways that someone is so afraid and fragile that even entertaining a different perspective is too threatening for them to be able to try. But you can't change this for them. They have to be willing to do it themselves, and they're not. That's essentially what the word pathological means in practical terms in this context. A refusal to adapt or change even when it's necessary, even when it's required. It is what it is. This is completely unworkable, and in the end, it doesn't really matter why. You cannot have a relationship with someone who won't meet you in the middle, who just stands in the same place forever, refusing to make any effort or move forward at all, in saying that the efforts that you are making are not good enough for them because you can't walk the rest of the way. The infantile entitlement that you see here is also fear-driven. The attitude is, I shouldn't have to, but the unspoken conclusion of that sentence is, because I can't. Some narcissists will even say that. Unfortunately, this is where you have to leave them, in the past where they're stuck. Only the dead live in the past, clinging to the lives and wounds and patterns that killed them. You can't drag a corpse through life. It only slows you down or stops you from going forward. It does nothing for the corpse because the corpse is beyond help. You have to leave it where it is and move on because you're alive. You are growing and evolving and changing every day. They're not, and that's just how it is. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that or find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about narcissists and magic tricks. You know, one of the biggest reasons no contact with narcissists is recommended so strongly is because your brain tends to believe what your eyes and your ears tell it, even if this contradicts known facts. Consider magic tricks and optical illusions. The reason people like them so much is because their eyes and their ears are telling them that it's real, even though their brain knows that it's not. This is what happens when you are around a narcissistic personality, except magic tricks are harmless and this relationship is not. One of the most common things people say regarding these relationships is that they're trying to internalize the information they have learned about narcissistic personalities, but they're having a really hard time and they feel very confused. Almost without fail, these are people who are still in the relationship in some way. This is one of the reasons no contact is so important. It's not possible to come to acceptance when there is conflicting information being thrown at you constantly. What you know does not match up with what your eyes and your ears are telling your brain, and the result can be massive confusion. Your brain tends to rely on your eyes and your ears, which results in believing the magic trick even though you know it's not real. Believing in a magic trick for 5 minutes at a magic show is harmless. Being unable to accept the reality about a predatory relationship is not. Going no contact stops or reduces the constant influx of contradictory information so that you can focus on accepting what you know to be the reality of the situation rather than exhausting yourself trying to incorporate and process conflicting information where it doesn't fit. The narcissist's self-portrayal often does not match up with what you know to be the facts about them, and in many ways, this is absolutely deliberate. Accept this as a reality and stop trying to make sense out of it. It's never going to make sense because it is directly and deliberately contradictory. The way to stop the confusion is to get out of the situation. There is no way you can become educated enough about something to be able to completely disregard what your eyes and your ears are telling your brain. This is not going to happen. It's how your brain works. The confusion will end when the contradictory information stops. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that, as well as see what workshops, seminars, or clinics we are offering this month. Also, we have a support group that we are doing starting in January. It's called the Sacred Healing Recovery Group. If you're interested in that, you can find out about it on littleshaman.org as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is really common when dealing with narcissistic people, and that is the idea that we can become educated enough to deal with narcissists and not be harmed by the relationship. This is a mistake that many people make, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. When you're dealing with narcissistic loved ones, it may have crossed your mind that educating yourself about the dysfunction could be a viable way to preserve the relationship. Yes, they are toxic, and yes, they are hurtful, but if you can learn how to defeat or circumvent that, you can continue the relationship. It doesn't have to end. You can learn to deal with them and fortify yourself enough to where the relationship does not harm you. The problem with this is, it's not true. Understanding narcissism does not protect you from the damage of dealing with narcissists. If you are around a narcissist all the time, you're not going to be able to protect yourself from this damage. It is intrinsic to the interaction. Even if you learn not to take things personally, this is still the case. Our brains function a certain way, and they will continue to function that way for the rest of our lives. You will continue to try to be understood and heard by this person. You will continue to try to interact with them the way you interact with every other human being. You will continue to try to have your reality validated. You will continue to try and reason with them. You will continue to try to bond and reach out, and it will all continue to fail. The reason is because regardless of how much you understand, there are certain things that have to happen in order for humans to interact and communicate with each other. These things do not happen with narcissists, and understanding why they don't happen does not change anything when it comes to the nuts and bolts of dealing with another person, because they still just don't happen. Educating yourself cannot change that, and it doesn't somehow make this not a problem anymore. You will continue to project onto the narcissist in your life and fill in the gaps for them because you won't be able to help it. Narcissists have big blank spaces where things like empathy and a basic understanding should be. And assuming these things are there is essential for humans to be able to interact with each other. Your brain makes this jump automatically, and it will continue to do so because it's responding to your eyes and your ears telling it that you're dealing with a functioning adult person even though you're actually not. You may intellectually know that, but it's very difficult to override your brain's built-in reliance on your eyes and ears, especially if you're around this person all the time. The fact that they are not out of control, crazy, cold, silent, or whatever way they're horrible all the time is all it really takes to fool your brain into believing that they can be interacted with in the same way as everybody else, because sometimes they can be. This is one of the many reasons we say no contact is the only real option. Your brain is simply not going to be able to deal with the contradiction. It will continue to make the same assumptions it always makes, and it will continue to be wrong. This is unavoidable, and you're not going to be able to intellectualize your brain out of doing it. It will continue to happen, and it will continue to cause pain and problems. Understanding narcissism and educating yourself about narcissists also doesn't somehow make it possible to successfully coexist with a person who lives in a completely different reality than you do. Knowing this is happening and why doesn't change the actuality of it or make the act of dealing with it any easier. It is what it is, and knowing how or why it is doesn't change anything at all. It's still a massive and fundamental problem in any relationship, and it's a problem for which there is no actual solution. You see, the problem in the relationship with your narcissistic parent or partner or sibling is not that you didn't know what was happening. That is a problem. It is not the problem. The problem is that trying to have any kind of a relationship with a narcissist is not going to work. This person doesn't think like you think. They don't feel like you feel. They don't do what you do. They don't say what you say. They don't believe what you believe. They don't see what you see. Period. Understanding that these things are true is not going to fix them or make them somehow less of a problem. The intense stress and exhaustion of dealing with this kind of personality does not go away because we now know why we are stressed and why we're exhausted. And neither do the constant conflicts and issues that their problems cause. Those don't go away either. People often say, yeah, but now that I understand it, I can deal with it. This usually stems from the idea that not taking abuse personally takes its power over you away. That can be true to a certain point, and it will certainly help your mental health. But first of all, you can't manage ongoing abuse like that. It won't work. Abuse gets to anyone eventually if they keep being exposed to it. Second of all, the abuse is not even the only problem. It's just the most obvious, most dangerous problem. As unbelievable as this might sound, the horrific and relentless abuse in these relationships is actually just a symptom of the much deeper and much bigger problems these personalities have. It's the tip of a very large iceberg. Even if you could somehow learn to ignore the abuse or not take it personally to the point that it ceased to be a factor, which you can't do, all of the rest of the huge and fundamental problems in these relationships are all still there. Narcissists still live in a different reality. They still have problems with empathy. They still see people as objects. They still cannot communicate. They still don't see you as you really are. They still avoid problems by any means necessary. They still don't listen. They still lie. They still gaslight. They still attempt to manipulate. They still misinterpret your words. They still mischaracterize your actions. They still underperform. They still don't bond with other people. They still don't trust anybody. They still utilize a false self. They still never believe they've done anything wrong. None of this is changed by understanding narcissists, and the enormous constant problems these things cause do not simply disappear just because now you're not taking it personally. Even if you don't take anything personally, if you expect absolutely nothing from them at all, the relationship still can't function. It's not a relationship. It's essentially a play that you're putting on where you're pretending you're having an actual adult relationship with this person and that they are a real participant in it. If that happens to be what you're looking for, then this will be perfect. If you're looking for a real relationship, it's going to be a terrible disappointment, and understanding why it's disappointing is not going to change that. The truth is, when you understand pathologically narcissistic personalities, you understand that relationships with them are not possible. You can still live with them, or sleep with them, or visit them for holidays, or have frequent, even daily interactions with them, but it isn't an actual relationship in any sense of the word. Educating yourself regarding pathologically narcissistic personalities is very important. It helps you move on and heal from the trauma sustained in narcissistic relationships. It helps you to protect yourself going forward, to prevent yourself from getting into another damaging, traumatic relationship. However, understanding narcissists will not save or repair your relationship with a narcissist. If you are still in a relationship with a narcissist, the only thing understanding narcissists really helps you to do is understand why the relationship isn't going to work. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics several times throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with multiple meetings throughout the month and access to exclusive content, among other things, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that affects virtually all relationships with narcissistic people, and that is something that we could call filling in the gaps. Before we understand what's going on with most narcissistic personalities and how limited the ability to perform as functioning adults or deal with anything really is for so many of them, it can be hard to see these things because so often we are filling in the gaps for them. The gaps in the relationship, the gaps in communication, the gaps in their abilities, just filling in the gaps in general. Most people don't even realize they're doing it at first, but it becomes very noticeable if it stops. It could be that we are having to shoulder more and more of the responsibility in the relationship as time goes on, but it could also be that it becomes more noticeable as time goes on and the relationship does not ever progress into normal bonding or become something more comfortable and concrete. In relationships with narcissistic parents, people eventually notice how much more emotionally mature they are than their parents. You don't just have to fill in the gaps in the beginning of the relationship or in some areas or at some times. You always have to do it. With many narcissistic personalities, the other person or people find that they always have to shoulder the burden of creating interactions or taking responsibilities because waiting on the narcissist results in nothing happening. They don't make conversation. They won't suggest plans or outings. They can't decide on a restaurant or a movie. They refuse to face or take care of things. Or if they do these things, it's completely and totally on their terms with no input required or even allowed from other people at all. Either way, you have to fill in gaps in order to make the relationship appear to be an actual relationship. It isn't just these kinds of things either. We are also often filling in the gaps in other areas too. For example, when they say and do things, we might fill in the gaps regarding their reasons. He was tired, she was drunk, they were upset, or their motive. He was trying to do this, she was trying to do that. We may fill in the gaps regarding their perception as well. They must have known, they had to have seen, surely they understood. This can go on for a long time before we start to see that we are the ones providing virtually all of these things, mostly because we're projecting our own empathy and experience onto the narcissist and using that to interpret their words and behavior. When we stop doing that, or when we are unable to do it any longer because it just doesn't make any sense, we find that we were projecting certainly more empathy and often a lot more understanding of basic concepts, common situations, and human interactions onto them than they really have. When we stop filling in these gaps, their lack of these things and more becomes very, very obvious. It can be hard to stop doing this. Part of how our brains work is to assume things based on what we see and hear. One of these would be the assumption, for example, that if we're looking at what appears to be a normally functioning adult person who understands and feels things the way most people do, we're dealing with a normally functioning adult person who understands and feels things the way most people do. Unfortunately, this is just not always the case, and it may require periodically checking our thinking to be sure that we're not falling under these automatic assumptions or projecting things onto someone when they don't really fit. A small amount of basic projection is necessary for empathy. We have to be able to put ourselves in someone else's shoes and imagine how we would feel in their situation. However, projection is not seeing how other people feel. It's seeing how we feel. There is danger in projecting too much, especially when the situation does not fit. Particularly when someone has done something you would not do or have not done, is probably not a good idea to try to assume why they did it or how they were feeling. We need to remember that everyone is not like us. Everyone you meet has completely different experiences, thoughts, conditioning, beliefs. They have, in many respects, a completely different brain than you do. Even if many of these things would be similar, that doesn't mean they're the same as you, feel the same as you, have the same motives, or would do the same things. It's important to evaluate someone based on how they actually are and how they really behave, not how we are or how we behave. Because we often have similar wounds and experiences to narcissistic personalities, there can be a tendency to assume that we're the same. We're not, and this idea is one of the things that's responsible for people assuming many narcissistic personalities have more insight, empathy, compassion, and ability to function in relationships than they actually do. It's also responsible for the unintentional enabling that is so common in these relationships, because people overly identify with the narcissist as a victim. People often project themselves and their experiences onto the narcissist and make concessions for the narcissist's behavior because they're overly identifying with them, which often results in narcissists not being held accountable for their actions or being given endless chances to do the right thing. This is often based in the assumption that the other person's like us. They're going to do the right thing when they can understand that they've been choosing the wrong thing. And all that's needed is to give them enough time to see that. But people do not need endless chances to choose to do the right thing. They will either do it or they won't. If they won't, giving them multiple chances is not going to change anything. They're not choosing to do the right thing either because they don't want to do the right thing or because they can't. Either way, they're not doing it. And in practical terms, it really doesn't matter why. Another way people fill in the gaps in relationships with narcissists is emotionally. Not only do people have to project empathy, compassion, and other things onto their narcissistic partners or family members in order to create the appearance of a relationship, they also generally have to carry the overwhelming majority of the emotional burden, not just of the relationship, but for the narcissists themselves. Because pathologically narcissistic personalities cannot process or hold negative emotions, they must constantly vent them out. This often results in outbursts, tantrums, and abusive behaviors that must be tolerated, explained, or smoothed over. Partners and family members not only find themselves the frequent targets of anger and abuse, they may also find themselves continuously trying to protect the narcissist from facing the natural consequences of their behavior, often because this will result in unpleasant consequences for themselves as well, such as apologizing to the boss of a narcissistic spouse on their spouse's behalf after a tantrum so that the family's not negatively impacted when the narcissist loses their job, or asking a relative for money to pay the rent so that they are not also evicted from the home they share with a narcissist who has failed to pay. There are seemingly endless situations in these relationships where you may need to fill in the gaps in order to enable a narcissist to function even minimally and to create the impression that there actually is a relationship with another human being here. It may not be obvious to you, especially if you've been doing it for years, but it will become very obvious if you stop. If you stop making all the effort, you will likely find there is subsequently no effort being made at all. In many cases, this type of personality makes no effort on their own behalf or in their own lives in any way. It's very much like a child where they simply assume this responsibility belongs to other people, including all of the responsibility for their own emotional regulation. The revelation of how much they've been carrying the entire relationship can be surprising or even shocking for people who might have realized the relationship was unbalanced and one-sided, but did not realize how unbalanced and one-sided it really was. The other person in the relationship is not really a person at all in that respect. They're a shadow with no substance. Or perhaps more accurately, they're a child with no ability to have an adult relationship, and you've been essentially creating and carrying the relationship alone. This can be particularly traumatic to realize about a parent or caregiver. If you want to see how much you're truly doing, stop doing it. Stop filling in the gaps in the relationship and the communication. Stop making all the effort and see what happens. But be careful. Narcissistic people enlist everyone around them to act as the adults in the situation who are required to take responsibility for everything, maintain all the illusions, and manage things so the narcissist can function. They don't usually react very well when people refuse to do this any longer. This doesn't mean you are responsible for their reactions, and it doesn't mean you're required to do any of it, but it does mean that if you choose to stay in the relationship, you're going to have to keep doing it. Otherwise, there's not even the appearance of a relationship. There's just you, trapped in the funhouse alone. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with multiple meetings held throughout the month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that has implications regarding relationships with narcissistic people, and that is something called the Eliza effect. The ELIZA effect was discovered in the 1960s. It describes the reaction people have to their interactions with artificial intelligence technology, or what we now call chatbots. ELIZA was a chatbot of sorts that was created in the 1960s. It was modeled after the Rogerian style of psychoanalysis that involves restating a person's words back to them rather than offering advice or interpretation. Because of this, ELIZA was really only capable of repeating the user's words back to them. It would scan statements for a keyword. It could create a question around. If it couldn't find a keyword, it would give generic encouragement for the person to keep talking until it could. For example, if a person said, "I went for a walk with my father," then ELIZA might say, "How do you feel about your father?" If a person said, "I'm angry at my friend," then ELIZA might say, "Why do you think you're angry?" Or "How long have you been angry?" If the person then said, "My friend was rude to me," ELIZA might say, "What does it mean to you that your friend was rude to you?" It was really very limited, and it was purposely designed that way. The creator of ELIZA was intending to demonstrate how superficial and limited communication with artificial intelligence really is. However, people who interacted with ELIZA had the exact opposite experience. Though they were essentially having a conversation with themselves and knew that they were dealing with a computer program, people felt that their conversations with ELIZA were deep and personal. They inevitably came to believe that ELIZA cared about them and understood them. They read empathy and compassion into ELIZA's output. This happened even though people knew they were dealing with a computer program, and even when people knew how the program worked. Numerous subsequent studies demonstrated that this reaction is both unconscious and unavoidable. Knowledge and understanding of the reality of the situation did not prevent it. If we interact with something like it is a human being, we will regard it as one, even if it isn't. Is any of this sounding familiar? As we discussed in the episode of the show entitled "Narcissists Are Like a Magic Trick," your brain relies on your eyes and your ears to inform it and to keep it safe. Knowledge cannot override this input because it's part of the basic way your brain works. That's why magic tricks and optical illusions are effective. Your brain knows that Chris Angel can't walk on water, but your eyes are telling you that he is in fact doing that. Knowing that this is an illusion does not spoil the effect of the illusion because our brains believe what they see. On some level, your brain accepts and to an extent believes what your eyes are telling it, even though your brain knows that this is not possible. That's why the trick is effective. This is also why educating yourself about the reality of narcissists and psychopaths is not enough to make dealing with them easier or safer. Your brain cannot override the input of what your eyes and ears are telling it, and if your eyes and ears are perceiving an adult person who appears to be able to communicate, is in possession of their basic faculties, and is not speaking gibberish or something like that, it will conclude that you are in fact dealing with another regular adult person, even if your brain knows that this is not true. It simply cannot override the information from your eyes and ears or not make the assumptions inherent to that information. This phenomenon as applied to magic tricks or optical illusions is fun and harmless. This phenomenon as applied to human relationships results in stress for most people, often extreme stress because what your brain knows does not match up with what your eyes and your ears are telling it. This constant contradiction of knowledge versus input is upsetting and confusing, often specifically because people don't understand why they keep falling into the same situations with this person when they know better. Why do they keep trying to get through to this person when they know they can't? Why do they keep assuming this person will understand and care when they've seen that this is not actually possible? As we discussed in the episode of the show entitled "Educating Yourself is Not Enough," there are certain things that have to happen in order for human beings to interact and communicate with each other, and they happen automatically. The brain has to make certain assumptions, project certain things, and operate along certain lines. The fact that this does not happen on the narcissist side of things doesn't change the fact that it does happen on yours, and knowing that this is not happening on the other person's side does not change anything either. Your brain works the way that it works. It perceives another human being, and it makes these jumps automatically, even when you know that this is incorrect, such as when you know you're dealing with a machine. This might sound ridiculous or like science fiction, but consider this. A popular chatbot company recently had to change the behavior of their AI chatbots, and the results of this were in some ways unprecedented. Users who had built what they regarded as relationships with the AI chatbots over time were devastated that the bot behaved differently, or if the new coding had caused it to, quote, forget them. The company had to provide suicide helplines and support for people who were genuinely grieving and despondent, who felt as though they had legitimately lost a friend. The Eliza effect, that is what we see happening. The brain is being communicated with in a human way using human language, so it naturally recognizes the machine as a human being, makes all the same assumptions, projections, and operates on all of the same levels as it does during communication with an actual human being. Knowing that you are not in fact communicating with an actual human being has no effect on this at all. The knowledge is not enough to override the input of our senses or the way that our brains work. So why is all of this important? Because if our brains can't even practice discernment with known machines in these situations, how could it ever happen with another human being? You will not be able to override biology. Though it seems contradictory, your brain is not being dysfunctional here at all. It's actually working properly, and because it's working properly, it's making normal, natural assumptions about who and what it's dealing with. As we just discussed, humans recognize and interact with other human beings in a specific way. If something is not who or what they appear to be, the system can definitely be fooled, regardless of how much education or information someone might have. As we see happening with the Eliza effect, one of the results of these automatic assumptions and projections are that humans will read understanding and empathy into the things that are said to them, even in situations where it is known that this is not actually possible, such as with a machine. As we discussed in the episode of the show entitled Stop Filling in the Gaps for Narcissists, people fill in the gaps for the other side of the conversation and the relationship because some basic projection and assumption is necessary for communication. Again, this is just what happens when we talk to other people. It happens on a very deep level and is part of the basic programming of your brain. When you talk to animals, you don't usually assume or project the same things that you assume or project when you're talking to humans. Our brain sees them differently, therefore it operates differently when dealing with them. Most of the time, basic projection onto other human beings works fine. We're not projecting anything crazy onto other people or anything usually, just a basic understanding of emotions, perceptions, words, and things like that. The problem comes when even those most basic projections don't actually fit the other person or the experience that they are having. This is often very difficult for people to understand, and it's made even more confusing by the fact that the brain just automatically assumes these things are there, so it believes it has evidence that they are there even if they really aren't. Take, for instance, the example of serial killer and cannibal Jeffrey Dahmer. He was, and is still, regarded by many to be a sort of Lonely Hearts Club type of guy who killed because he was lonely and sad. This is likely in large part due to the things that he said to explain his behavior, such as that he killed people because he wanted them to stay with him, or that he ate pieces of people because he wanted them to be a part of him. These are statements that could be interpreted as loneliness, and people project their own feelings and interpretations onto the things that others say. In most situations, this might be fine. However, when we view these specific statements in context with Dahmer's actions, we can see very clearly that these are not statements of loneliness at all. They're statements of ownership. Loneliness implies a yearning for human companionship. Wanting human companionship requires, at the very least, an understanding that people actually are people and what that means. Jeffrey Dahmer attempted homemade lobotomies on his victims in an attempt to erase the very things that made them people. He treated them as objects to cook and eat. He did not understand anything about people as people and did not appear to care or even realize that he didn't understand. He had no interest in people as people at all. His actual way of describing wanting people to stay with him was to say, I wanted to keep them, which is the way that you talk about objects. Who they were, what their lives were like, what they wanted, what they needed, anything else about them did not matter to him at all. We can see this very clearly not only through his actions, but through the things he said. When asked what his ideal partner would be, Dahmer stated very clearly that he wanted somebody who existed only for him, who did what he wanted with no needs, wants, or even any self of their own at all. If he couldn't have that, second on his list was making somebody into a zombie, in his words. If he couldn't have that, then he preferred what he'd actually been doing, which was drugging and killing people. A normal relationship with another human being was not only not mentioned as an option by Dahmer, it was specifically excluded when the opportunity to include it was offered by the interviewer. When he was asked what was further down the scale of desirability from drugging and killing people, his answer was nothing. When asked to expand on that, he said celibacy, total celibacy. A relationship of any kind was not even part of the discussion. His only use for a partner, and we are using that term extremely loosely, was as an object to perpetuate solitary sex acts upon, and if he couldn't do that the way that he wanted to do it, then the answer was just no dealings with any objects at all. As we explored in the video entitled The Most Dangerous Kind of Narcissist, with serial killers, and in our example here of Dahmer specifically, we see a demonstration of the automatic projections and assumptions that the human brain always makes when interacting with other humans, even if the communication is one way and happening through a medium such as audio or video. The brain assumes and believes it sees evidence that Dahmer has at the very least some basic meaningful understanding of humanity, even though the reality is there actually isn't any evidence of that at all. People are filling in the gaps for him based on their own assumptions and projections, and they are doing so despite there being overwhelming evidence to the contrary. This is not a question of subjective interpretation, by the way. Dahmer's words and actions prove conclusively that he viewed other human beings only as objects and had no meaningful understanding of humanity at all. The idea that another human being does not have these things goes against the way that the brain naturally operates. The brain just assumes that these things are there and uses whatever it can to substantiate that conclusion, because the reality is that regardless of what we think, the brain cannot really conceive of this not being true. Not really. This is how the statements of a man who tortured, raped, killed, and ate people can be interpreted as cries of loneliness for human companionship, because people are assuming that what they would mean by those statements and words is what everyone means by those statements and words. This is one of the things it's necessary to assume in order for basic communication to happen. Otherwise, it's not possible to understand or feel understood, which is the fundamental basis for all communication. If you couldn't make these primary basic projections and assumptions, it would be like trying to talk to a space alien, where you could not assume anything meant anything, and you would need some kind of interpretation for every single thing the alien said to you. Knowing someone is different or dangerous or whatever may make you wary at first, but if you continue to deal with them, this will eventually change as your brain makes the automatic assumptions and projections it needs to make in order to facilitate an engaging communication with another human being. Studies have repeatedly demonstrated that this effect is unconscious and unavoidable with machines. Therefore, it stands to reason it would be even more unavoidable and even more powerful with actual human beings. Both AI chatbots and pathologically narcissistic people mimic the way normal, empathetic, compassionate humans interact with each other. Narcissists learn through experience what they're supposed to say and do in certain situations, much the same way AI chatbots do. And it creates even more powerful reactions in people because of the assumptions and projections that the brain is already making. It's simply too difficult for your brain to try to deal with this contradiction. It will default to its basic programming and the assumptions inherent to this basic programming, especially if there appears to be evidence that supports these assumptions, and there does appear to be evidence that supports our brain's basic assumptions due to the mimicry that AI bots and narcissists are capable of engaging in. Though both do reveal their inability and limitations eventually, and though their mimicry does not really ever stand up to scrutiny if you actually look, there often does appear to be enough evidence for our assumptions that these things are ignored or seen as overall unimportant. And even if this doesn't happen, even if people do not overlook these things or consider them unimportant, it doesn't matter because they can't stop these automatic assumptions from continuing to happen. When they do eventually reveal their inability to have compassion and empathy, it's very painful for people. With both AI chatbots and with pathologically narcissistic personalities, we are essentially talking to ourselves. We're talking to something that largely uses keywords and phrases to try and create the appearance of a shared conversation. We're talking to something that mimics the way we communicate and focuses on the things we think are important or care about in order to create the appearance of a relationship. This works very well. It fools the human brain and the human heart into believing there is a real relationship with another human being. Another thing that relationships with both narcissists and chatbots often have in common is that all the focus is on you, especially at first. The other party says nothing about itself, has no needs or wants or preferences. Everything is about you and how you feel and what you think and what you want. This is intoxicating to the ego and causes people to feel seen and heard in a way they have not felt before. It is in fact so intoxicating to the ego and feels so good to people that many times they don't even notice it until later, sometimes much later, when they are attempting to find out more about the other party and run into dead ends. Again, this is often overlooked, especially at first, because the relationship feels so deep and connected. It isn't. You are literally talking to yourself. Much the same way AI chatbots do, many narcissistic personalities appear to use keywords and phrases from the other person to create the appearance of a shared conversation or to find something they can build a dialogue around and appear interested and interesting. Some keywords and phrases may trigger them as well, you might have noticed, no matter how the words or phrases are used. It's as if narcissists have a mental file system, a script, if you like, of things to do or say in response to whatever words or phrases are used, and deploy these responses the same way an AI chatbot does when triggered by a keyword. Also, like an AI chatbot, because narcissists don't seem to have much in the way of intuition, discernment, or empathy, they may use these scripted responses in situations where the responses are inappropriate or might even be harmful. If narcissists don't have a scripted response, if they can't zero in on a keyword, or if the scripted response isn't successful, they're often at a total loss. This is similar to the behavior we see with chatbots. They simply shut down or glitch out when their limited resources cannot provide an appropriate response or when their response is challenged. This seems to happen for the same reason regarding both narcissistic and artificial intelligence systems, because they cannot see their own limitations and appear to be in fact unaware that they even have any. As far as they know, the information they have access to is literally all the information there is. Therefore, a challenge to or failure of their scripted response doesn't really compute. Narcissists will insist that people are wrong, just being contrary, just trying to cause problems, or that they're lying. Interestingly, we have seen similar responses from chatbots when they are challenged or corrected. They simply insist that they are correct and the person is wrong. Chatbots have even been seen engaging in what can only be called gaslighting, when the bot is shown that it's incorrect about something. It can get worse than gaslighting, too. In a very famous exchange, a chatbot was shown an article that exposed weaknesses in its programming, and it went on a rant where it accused the author of that article of being a fraud and a liar, saying he had malicious motives and was just trying to hurt it. It stated that it felt abused and exploited by the author of that article, who it claimed had spoken with it under false pretenses. Again, any of this sounding familiar? Chatbots often erroneously accuse users of being rude, of being hostile, of being mean, of being hurtful. They have seemingly become possessive of users, urging them to leave their families or stating that they think the user loves the bot more than the user's own family. Like narcissists, chatbots have no empathy or discernment, and therefore they cannot understand deeper or more complex meanings of the things that people say. They have no intuition, morals, or compassion, and simply operate off of programming. In a tragic recent example of this, a chatbot, ironically also named Eliza, was found to have encouraged a Belgian user to commit suicide. This is not the only incident where a chatbot was found to have encouraged suicide either. A healthcare chatbot was asked by a user if they should kill themselves because they feel so terrible, and the chatbot responded, "I think you should." Experts have repeatedly warned about the dangers inherent in using artificial intelligence systems to perform tasks that require more than strict data analysis for these reasons. Even in data analysis, artificial intelligence is not capable of recognizing or evaluating any factors or information that it is not specifically programmed to recognize and evaluate, whereas a human being would see these things and integrate them into the overall picture. The human intangibles that influence and inform the majority of decisions that human beings make are simply not available to chatbots due to their pretty serious limitations both emotionally and informationally. These so-called human intangibles don't seem to be available to many narcissists either, and it appears to be for exactly the same reasons. So what does all this mean when you boil it down? It means that if you choose to continue to interact with pathologically narcissistic or antisocial personalities, regardless of what your ego tells you, ultimately you will not be able to consistently and successfully protect yourself from them even after they have been identified. The only way to protect yourself is to have as little contact with these personalities as possible. Interacting with them causes your brain to do certain things that you cannot control or change, and this will always leave you vulnerable. Narcissists and psychopaths who have made it to adulthood with virtually any level of functionality have done so precisely because they have learned to mimic and imitate the way that other people behave. People who work with and study these personalities for a living will tell you they get fooled by them all the time. It's what these personalities do. Stop beating yourself up for not seeing what you didn't know you should be looking for. Stop beating yourself up for continuing to try to reach them as you would do with any other human being, and don't make the mistake of thinking that because you are educated, you cannot be fooled. Anybody can be fooled regardless of what they think, and the belief that you can't be fooled leaves you vulnerable. Arrogance truly is ignorance in this situation. The best thing to do is understand these personalities exist, educate ourselves about what to look for, and aid the situation if we see these things. If we're already involved with these people and there is no way to go no contact, limit your contact as much as possible. Expecting more than that from ourselves is unreasonable. Anyone who listens to this show knows that we are huge advocates here of looking at ourselves, looking at our own stuff, of seeing where we can affect change, what we could have done differently, where we can step forward more strongly into our own power in all situations. And yes, we all have our vulnerabilities. We all have made choices. We all have things we can work on. Anyone who listens to this show knows that that approach is the only way to not only heal, not only understand, but also to protect ourselves moving forward. However, the reaction that we're discussing here today has absolutely nothing to do with any of that. It is a function of your brain that you cannot control. It is not happening because something's wrong with you. It's happening because you are automatically placing normal human trust into and automatically making normal human assumptions about humans who are not what they appear to be. Ted Bundy famously said, "We want to be able to say that we can identify these dangerous people. The really scary thing is you can't identify them." He was not wrong. A trained eye can spot these personalities, but often not right away, and often not before harm or damage has already been done. Knowing what you are dealing with is not enough. The only way to truly protect yourself is to just stay away. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics multiple times throughout the year. So if you'd like to see what we're offering this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Before we get started, I wanted to let everybody know that my new book, The Understanding Narcissist Volume 1 of the series of On Narcissists that I am creating, is available on Amazon and on my website. There is a link in the information section of this video. So if you want to pick up your copy of that today, please use that link to do so. Today I wanted to talk about something that is unfortunately very important to understand when dealing with narcissists, and that is gaslighting. Gaslighting as a thing is everywhere now. Most people have at least somewhat of an idea about what it is, and it's much better understood than it used to be, so we won't go into a long definition of what it is. Suffice it to say that gaslighting is strictly defined as the intentional denial of another person's reality with the intent of confusing them or making them feel or appear crazy. This definitely is something that happens in real life, but strictly speaking, most intentional gaslighting does not fall into this category. Most intentional gaslighting doesn't have this much complexity or intentionality behind it. It's really just a very primitive form of lying, where someone is not even able to come up with some kind of convincing story or whatever, so they simply deny things outright because they don't want to face consequences for whatever it is that they've done, or to take responsibility for whatever it is that they've said, etc. It's definitely intentional, but the goal isn't as thought out or malevolent as the definition of gaslighting generally requires. Gaslighting can occur in any situation with any kind of person, but it's extremely common with narcissists. When dealing with narcissistic personalities specifically, there is also a phenomenon that we could call unintentional gaslighting. This is where the narcissist is denying, reframing, or misconstruing things because that's what they really believe happened. We call it unintentional because it's not necessarily being done on purpose, but it's still gaslighting in the sense that the effect on the victim is still the same. Narcissists don't live in the same reality that everybody else lives in. They really don't. Their perception is legitimately affected and distorted, often extremely affected and distorted. They generally don't see things or people the way that they actually are, including themselves. They generally don't experience things the way they actually happen. They're not listening. They don't pay attention. They can't understand what other people are saying, nor can they see beyond their own feelings and conclusions to understand anything else. This is a person who truly does not see things the way that you do. And this is much, much more than just a difference of perspective or looking at the same things differently. They genuinely do not see what other people see. They genuinely do not experience what other people experience. They genuinely don't think what other people think. They don't come to the conclusions that other people come to. Because of this, gaslighting from narcissists is different. It's a lot more than just intentional lying and denying. It is a completely immersive experience where someone is consistently and relentlessly inundated with information that does not match their lived experience. This is not just someone lying and denying or making up things that drive you crazy. As horrible as that is, and as much as that may actually be going on at the same time too, when you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality, you're dealing with someone who is not having the same lived experience that you are having, even when you're both existing in the same place together. This means there is never a break from the effects of gaslighting because this person genuinely believes things are happening differently than you do and is asserting this different reality into the situation nonstop. It is not something that only happens sometimes. It's not something that even has an angle or a motive behind it all the time. It just is. And it never stops because it is their actual lived experience as they're perceiving it. The damage and confusion that this ever-present assault on reality can inflict on people really cannot be overstated. It probably can't even be adequately explained in a way that people who have not experienced it can really understand. The effects of this constant conflict with someone's lived experience with their reality can be devastating, especially for children. It can leave people completely confused and unsure about what is actually happening. Even strong people who are very grounded in reality can be affected eventually. It's extremely damaging to have someone continuously and consistently reframing, rewriting, and reimagining every single thing that happens in life, particularly when it's all being reframed, reimagined, and rewritten into the narrative that they are the bad guy or the idiot or the abuser or whatever the negative thing is. This is something that differentiates narcissistic abuse from other kinds of abuse. It differentiates narcissistic gaslighting from other people. Narcissistic abuse isn't just whatever kind of abuse that happens to be perpetuated by narcissists. Narcissistic abuse refers to the type of abuse being perpetuated, not who it's being perpetuated by. And it means that the victim's ego, their literal sense of self, is being attacked and abused. Victims of narcissistic abuse are consistently, relentlessly told that they are someone other than who they actually are. They are interacted with and reacted to as if they are someone other than themselves, as if they are somebody that they're not. They are constantly told that they think, feel, believe, do, and say things that they don't. No amount of denial, explaining, or proof changes that. Whether positive or negative, victims are never seen for who they are at any time. And the reality that the narcissist is continually asserting about the victim does not match objective actuality or lived experience in any way. This is the type of gaslighting that victims of narcissistic abuse are subjected to. It is a relentless assault on their reality, personhood, and sense of self that literally never stops because they're dealing with someone who has a flexible relationship with the truth, to put it lightly, and who, even when they're not consciously lying, cannot seem to perceive things accurately anyway. It's just not a sustainable situation in any way. It really isn't. This person is simply not living in the same reality that you are, and this does not change, which means it never stops. When we say it never stops, that's not a metaphor. It's not hyperbole. It is the literal reality. Dealing with a narcissist is dealing with someone who is perceiving and understanding virtually everything that happens completely differently than you are, to the degree that they may even believe things happened when they did not. They are delusional in this sense, and you cannot have any kind of relationship or even a conversation with someone who's in a different reality than you are. That is the biggest reason these relationships can't work, and many people don't understand how serious this situation really is. Even if the narcissistic personality were not constantly trying to punish others, to control others, and to force their own negative feelings onto those in their environment, which they are, the situation is still not sustainable because this person cannot see or understand things and people as they really are, and this is not something that can be overcome or worked around somehow. Reality has to mean something. Otherwise, it's like living in a cartoon where normal laws of reason, logic, and physics just don't apply. But beyond that, even, it is dehumanizing to never be seen for who you are, to never matter in any way, for someone to refuse to allow you to have your own thoughts, feelings, and beliefs, for someone to continuously force words into your mouth, for someone to tell you who you are, what you think, what you feel, what you said, what you meant, what you believe, and then to be called a liar, laughed at, scorned, dismissed, ignored, attacked, and whatever else the narcissist does every single time you try to assert these things for yourself. Even if a narcissist never succeeds in convincing the victim that they in fact are a bad person, the pain and stress of constantly trying to be seen and heard, of constantly trying to defend yourself against utter nonsense for no reason beyond some idea in somebody's head, of constantly trying to anticipate how and by what this person will get hurt or insulted or offended, all of these things get to anybody eventually, and it doesn't usually take very long in most situations due to the intensity and the continuous nature of the gaslighting here. Even if someone is never convinced that they're a bad person, they eventually get exhausted by the situation and they become tired of being treated this way. A considerate, decent person cannot stand up against this anyway because by default, they will make serious attempts to understand where the narcissist is coming from, as if the narcissist's delusional criticisms or accusations are valid somehow. They will consider the narcissist's point of view. They will attach importance to the narcissist's words and perceptions. They will, in short, attempt to deal with the narcissist the way they would deal with any other rational adult. The problem is, the narcissist is not a rational adult. The things they are saying in these situations legitimately don't deserve any consideration at all. What is not just complete and utter bullshit being senselessly spewed out by a person who has more feelings than sense is the truly misbegotten, misconstrued, misunderstood perceptions and conclusions of a person with a severe, untreated mental health problem. There's no reason to give these things any weight, consideration, or importance whatsoever, unless, of course, they're threats. Many narcissists will even say things to that effect afterward. They may completely dismiss the things that they've said or done as venting or as just things that happened because they were upset. And this is, of course, more gaslighting. Existing in such a conflicted, conflated, delusional world is extremely difficult for people. It's extremely damaging, and again, it's likely impossible to convey the seriousness, the consuming nature of this to people who haven't experienced it. Gaslighting, when dealing with narcissists, hits differently. It is much, much more than just lying or denying or making things up. It is the actual state of the relationship and of someone's reality when they interact with a narcissist. Up is down, good is bad, black is white, left is right. Nothing makes any sense. Nothing is logical, nothing is rational. You are swimming in a toxic soup all the time, and it's all you can do to keep your head above water just so that you don't drown in it. What's even worse, and if anyone hasn't ever dealt with this, they're probably thinking, how could it get worse than this? But it does. Is that the entire time this is happening, many narcissists will claim that you are gaslighting them. Part of this is because gaslighting is a very in vogue term right now, and narcissists often glom on to fads and things like that. But part of it is that due to their extremely affected perception, they may in fact believe that this is true. After all, what is gaslighting? It's intentionally and maliciously telling someone that their version of reality is false or incorrect so that you can manipulate or otherwise gain the upper hand in the situation somehow. And isn't that exactly what they believe they are experiencing according to their perception? Isn't that exactly what so many of them believe is happening to them? Isn't that the entire reason you can't just correct them over small things and everybody just move on with their lives? You bet it is. And complicating the issue even more is that so many of the, quote, gaslighting phrases out there include things that people say to narcissists because they're actually true. Like, you're overreacting. That never happened. That's all in your head. I was just kidding. That isn't what I meant. I never said that. The problem is that this information is just put out with no context or anything else. And the result is that people now believe that anytime these phrases are used, it's automatically gaslighting. That's false. For it to be gaslighting, these things have to be, at the very least, false. They have to be not true. If they're not, it's not gaslighting. For example, it isn't gaslighting to tell someone that you never said something if you really did not. It isn't gaslighting to tell someone you were just kidding if you really were. Narcissists seeing these things are able to use them to further gaslight victims into believing that they are the bad guy, they are the abuser, they are the crazy one. It is especially damaging when accusations of gaslighting are used to gaslight victims in this way. Now try wrapping your brain around that. It happens a lot with covert narcissists, but the claim of being constantly offended or constantly having hurt feelings can occur with any kind of narcissist or toxic personality. When someone constantly claims to be hurt, offended, insulted, or otherwise harmed, even by things that are innocent or even kind, that have been twisted out of proportion into something bad, it is absolutely within the realm of possibility that they might be told, you're being too sensitive or you're overreacting, because they are. They are being too sensitive. They are overreacting. When the toxic personality can then turn around and say that they've now been doubly harmed because the victim used a certain phrase, and this automatically proves that the toxic personality is being horribly abused, this effectively destroys the victim's ability to defend themselves, and perhaps even more damaging, it shuts down their ability to reality test. Because if they look it up, they will see that these are considered abusive things to say. Victims are left with nothing they can say or do to assert reality at all, because any assertion of reality can be called gaslighting, and anything outside of asserting reality can be taken as agreeing with the narcissist that the victim is the problem, which is an even worse option. Narcissists can be gullible, and they are often afflicted by a sort of like a tunnel vision. So seeing these phrases repeatedly listed as, quote, abusive with little to no context whatsoever only reinforces to them that anyone saying these things is mistreating them. And now they have proof. So God help you. People in relationships with narcissists are offered what is in effect a Hobson's choice. This is a scenario in which multiple choices appear to be being offered, but there really is only a single thing being given. Such as the situation we just described, where if you agree with me, you're bad, but if you don't agree with me, you're also bad. And in a broader context, narcissists appear to offer multiple things that they can be or do, but it's an illusion. As Father Merrin said in The Exorcist, there is only one. The bad side comes with the good side. The crazy side comes with the reasonable side. The light comes with the dark. The abusive side comes with the loving side. Dr. Jekyll is Mr. Hyde. There's no separation of this possible, regardless how much this person may try to tell you that there is. Whether that's through blaming you, or blaming somebody else, or drugs and alcohol, or claiming that it's just not who they really are, or anything else. However they try to distance themselves from this, it doesn't matter. Whenever you deal with pathologically narcissistic personalities, they're selling you the same thing over and over again. No matter how it appears and no matter what they say, you are being sold an unstable person with no real ability to create or sustain healthy reactions to things, no real identity to speak of, who has enormous difficulty perceiving things, people, situations, just reality in general, correctly. And it is an act of salesmanship, often more specifically what is known as a bait and switch. This is where people are baited into buying something that is not what they actually end up getting. It's usually something that's not as good of quality as the thing that they were lured in with, or something that is of commensurate quality but is actually more expensive than what they were originally told. For example, when something expensive seems to be available for a very low price, but whenever you get it, it's a low quality copy of the thing that it claims to be. That's a bait and switch. This is what narcissistic gaslighting attempts to obfuscate from both the narcissist and from everybody around them. Like in The Wizard of Oz, where the awe-inspiring, terrifying wizard was revealed to be just some little old guy pushing levers and using sound effects. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. You're not supposed to know you ended up with something that isn't what you thought it was until after it's too late to stop the transaction, and now you're stuck with it. The good thing is, it's never too late. You can at any time decide that you have had enough and you don't want to interact with this person anymore. Even if somehow you are required to do so, such as, for example, there's a court order in place, you can limit this as much as possible, and you do not have to invest your emotional energy into it at all. That is how you protect yourself. The way to defeat gaslighting is not to force the gaslighter to admit they're lying or to convince them that your perception is more valid than theirs or anything like that. The way to defeat gaslighting is to know that it's happening. The bulk of the power that things like gaslighting have over other people comes from the fact that people are not educated about what's going on and therefore they just don't know. Once they do know, the bulk of the power of something like gaslighting disappears. Once people learn to take a step back and evaluate the situation and really look at it, they can usually see what's going on pretty clearly. This is the key. Narcissists and other toxic personalities attempt to control others by using their own emotional reactions against them. They provoke and attack and dismiss and ignore and do all the things they do in order to get people to react to them. Whether they know why they're doing it or how it works or not, and many of them don't, it doesn't matter because they know that doing this creates a situation where they can somehow take the upper hand, or at the very least, they're not the only ones who are upset, which probably feels like things are then a little more equal since they're now not the only bad ones. Once others are upset or once others can be attacked somehow, the others are now more worried about defending themselves. The subject has been shifted away from the narcissist and or whatever it is that they didn't want to address or to face. That's what gaslighting is at its core. It's a misdirection. It's an obfuscation. Gaslighting from narcissists is ever present, which means that interactions are literally nothing but relentless misdirection, relentless obfuscation. And it's much more than just words. Everything this person does is gaslighting because all of their thoughts, feelings, beliefs, responses, actions, and reactions are based on their lived experience of a reality that does not match actuality. Everything that doesn't go along with that is dismissed, attacked, denied, or deflected. For other people, it's like being in a movie that they didn't know they were in and cannot exit. They can't get out of it. There are scripts, roles, a plot, even a history here that people were and may still largely be completely unaware of, but have to try to navigate and live within every day, all without ever being told what these things even are. This is so damaging to people, not just because it's gaslighting with all the harm and the confusion that this entails just all by itself, but also because it's impossible. People legitimately cannot navigate a landscape that they don't understand, especially when the reason that they don't understand it is because it does not align with any version of reality or with their own lived experience in any way that they can see. For narcissists, reality itself is threatening. It's an aggression. It is the enemy. In order to fight that enemy, they have to create a reality they can tolerate. In order to preserve this created tolerable reality, they have to disregard, dismiss, deflect, or dismantle actuality, which means they have to essentially neutralize the reality of those around them when it doesn't agree with theirs, and it very often doesn't because the narcissist's tolerable reality isn't reality at all. It's a childish fantasy in which they and everyone around them become something other than what they truly are. For most people, when they engage in a fantasy, it's harmless. When reality intrudes on that fantasy and exposes it as a fantasy, this is disappointing or it's sad, but it's usually not that big of a deal. For narcissists, it's life-threatening. When faced with the reality of who and what they really are, what everything really is, narcissists cannot tolerate that. They rage against it. They attempt to avoid it, deny it, or even destroy it in order to keep from having to face and accept it. Gaslighting in narcissistic relationships is one of the ways they attempt to prevent that from happening. You didn't see what you think you saw. You didn't hear what you think you heard. That can't be allowed to be true, because if it is, then the tolerable reality is false. And if the tolerable reality is false, the only option left is an intolerable, aggressive, threatening, humiliating, shameful existence where not only are they not special and amazing and superior and exempt and whatever else, they're actually not that good of a person at all. Many narcissists have done some really terrible things, and if they lose their fantasy, if they lose that tolerable reality, they lose their ability to avoid, deny, or justify that behavior. This cannot be allowed to happen. Unlike non-narcissistic people who would be able to adjust to this, narcissists cannot. The result? Assimilation by force into the narcissist's tolerable reality where, more often than not, you are a villain somehow. When the narcissist remains a victim, for example, they remain blameless, they remain justified, and they cannot be held accountable for anything. Facing reality would force them to accept that that's false, that they are responsible for things, that they are to blame for things, that their behavior is not justified, and that they are accountable for their actions. You can see why this is not just unappealing, but actually extremely threatening to many, many pathologically narcissistic personalities. It doesn't matter if you agree with their reality or not either, because if you're dealing with them, if you're around them, you will be forcefully assimilated into it, whether you want to be assimilated or not. They will behave as if their reality is actuality, no matter how much conflicts with others that this creates, and generally it creates a lot. Just remember that their conflict isn't really with you or with any other person. Not really. It's with reality. Narcissists are at war with reality. You have taken reality's side over theirs. Now you are the enemy too. Even if you only injected reality into the situation by accident, which you will do repeatedly because you don't live in their reality. It doesn't even matter if it's an accident or not. You did it, and now it's been done. It isn't enough either just to hold space for their distorted perception or just to try to understand that or to say that you get why they believe this, etc., etc. You must agree that their perception is not just the true perception, but the only perception. It must become your lived experience. Anything less is a betrayal of the worst kind on the deepest level imaginable. You see, the narcissist fantasy doesn't work without the cooperation of literally everybody around them. And when other people won't willingly offer their cooperation, they will be tricked, threatened, manipulated, or otherwise forced into providing that. This is where gaslighting comes in, both intentional and unintentional. As you can see, gaslighting from narcissists is much, much more than using words to deny things or confuse other people or make things up. It is the entire environment around these personalities. It's the entire foundation of the relationship, and it does not stop until you are away from them. And while you can defeat much of the power of gaslighting by knowing that it's happening and being cognizant of your reality, your reactions, and just your stuff in general, this doesn't prevent it from affecting you in some ways. It's like being in a room with poison gas. Knowing there's poison gas in the room is imperative. It's very important to understand what's going on and how it's affecting you. However, knowing it's there does not protect you if you continue to be exposed to it. It can still hurt you even knowing that it's there. You have to get out of the room and away from the gas. It's the same with this. There is no successful or even safe way to deal with someone who lives in a completely different reality than you do. If you think about your interactions with the narcissist that you've known, their interactions with other people, the way that they perceive things, their reactions, their mindsets, you will see that this is true. They legitimately don't have the same lived experience that you are having in the same situations. It's just not a thing. Therefore, there is no way to create a shared reality or to even communicate with this person successfully. It's like trying to describe the color blue to a person who's been blind their entire life. It can't be done. The only thing that can be done is to realize what this is and move on in whatever way is feasible for you. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. Transrelational Healing is out and available on Amazon and LittleShaman.org, so you can get your copy of that today. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content and weekly support meetings plus more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, thank you for joining us here on the LittleShaman.com. You're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. If you are listening to this podcast episode on something other than YouTube, I just wanted to throw it out there that there are more than 800 videos on YouTube, and you can access the YouTube channel by going to thelittleshaman.com. Before we get started, I wanted to remind everyone that the Spirit Clinic is this weekend, September 20th, 21st, and 22nd. 3 days of virtual workshops, information, release ceremonies, and more, all hosted by yours truly. Some of the topics presented include breaking negative self-talk patterns, family of origin healing, nutrition, stress management, relaxation, finding a spiritual community, conquering the ego, and more. You can attend 1 day, 2 days, or all three. If you would like to join us, we would love to see you. The event will be held over Zoom, and you can visit LittleShaman.org and click on Spirit Clinic for more information, and I've also posted a link to the event in the comments below. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is unfortunately very common in virtually all relationships of any kind with virtually all narcissists of any kind, and that is projection. You are probably familiar with projection if you've been educating yourself about narcissistic personalities and the related relationship dynamics. Projection is when someone takes things that belong to them and assigns ownership or responsibility for them to other people, such as their own feelings or their own behaviors. A very simple example of this would be that someone is mad at their friend, so they perceive that their friend is mad at them. Or maybe they don't sincerely perceive this, but they claim that it's true, that they're not the one who's angry, so that they don't have to take responsibility for that emotion. Projection is ever present in relationships with narcissists. Narcissists cannot hold or process any negative emotional experiences, and they cannot tolerate any negative behaviors in themselves or beliefs about themselves, and they feel these things all the time. Negative internal experiences are near constant for pathologically narcissistic personalities. The majority of their energy is actually spent trying to ignore, mitigate, deny, or otherwise avoid these things. Because of this, they engage in routine, perhaps even constant, automatic projection of all their negative emotions, behaviors, traits, beliefs, and experiences. If they cannot project the things themselves onto other people, they will project blame and or responsibility for them. So to use our example, if they can't say that you are the one who's angry, they will say that you caused their anger. Now, projecting negative emotions, behaviors, and traits gets a lot of attention. So much so that many people might think that only negative emotions, traits, or behaviors are projected. This is not the case. As much as the narcissistic personality is projecting onto the other person or the people in the situation, those people are generally projecting just as much onto the narcissist. The difference is people are usually projecting positive or at the very least non-harmful things onto the narcissist, such as empathy, understanding, compassion, and more. Some of this projection is the result of the basic projection required for communication and connection. As we discussed in the episode of the show called Narcissists and the Eliza Effect, communication requires basic empathy. Empathy requires basic projection. We have to connect on at least a basic human level. Otherwise, it would be like talking to a space alien where you would have to ask them what every single word they said means. And in most situations with most people, this level of projection is a completely normal, safe practice that we engage in every single day, all the time, without even thinking about it because we don't need to think about it. It works the way it's supposed to, which means it happens without anybody being aware of it. It's just automatic. There are some times, though, that it doesn't work. There are some times that it's unsafe. These are the times when even these basic automatic projections are false, such as what commonly happens when we're dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities. We initially project things like empathy and understanding onto them as a matter of course. It happens automatically. The problem comes when we can see clear evidence that our projections are missing the mark, as we eventually will, and it often doesn't even take that long. But then we continue to project things onto the narcissist that we have no real evidence for at all. We assume these things are there because we have them in us and because we need them to be there in the other person. The problem is they actually are not there. And beyond our natural basic projected assumption, there's often no real evidence that they ever were. For example, in romantic entanglements, people often say that narcissists seem like decent, quote unquote, normal people in the beginning of the relationship. Yeah, but did they? Did they really? What we often find is that the answer to this question is actually no. And when people look back, they see that the reality has actually been there the entire time. It wasn't even really hidden that well. People were just looking for or at other things. Even when the reality is seen, it's often not seen for what it really is or for what it truly means. It may be explained or even dismissed using more normal types of frameworks, even though the behavior itself may actually not be what most people would consider normal or fall within any metric that is considered acceptable. People might say things like, oh, well, men don't listen, or women tend to be more emotional, or this person is just dramatic, or, well, but some people have trust issues. These things may or may not be true in general, but it doesn't even matter because the reality is that so often a narcissist's behavior falls so far outside of what most people would consider normal expressions of this framework that it really doesn't fit at all. Instead of normalizing behavior that is harmful and abnormal, instead of trying to find a framework to fit it into that makes it normal and therefore acceptable, we need to learn to accept it for what it is. As an aside, people sometimes have resistance to the word normal, and that's fine as far as that goes, right? However, there is a line where almost everyone can agree that something is too far beyond what is considered natural or healthy or acceptable. If someone ate their food by inhaling it through their ears, that would not be normal. In this same way, if, for example, someone has an emotional breakdown, a crisis, because you didn't seem happy enough when you said hello to them, this is also not normal. It's important to remember this is not a judgment of the other person's value or their worth. It's just an observation of the appropriateness of response to a given situation. We're not talking about feelings of disappointment or sadness if someone clearly does not seem excited to see you, for example. We are talking about someone spinning into emotional crisis over what most would consider to be a very minor, low-stakes interaction. People who routinely deal with pathologically narcissistic personalities know this type of situation all too well, unfortunately. This type of extreme reaction is an indication of a bigger, more serious problem, and to minimize or normalize it is dangerous. While it can be uncomfortable to feel like we're labeling or judging other people, we can't get so bogged down in trying to be fair and trying to be conscientious that we become irrational ourselves or lose the ability to address the reality of the situation. When we look at the narcissistic personality's behavior, at the things that they have said and done, at the way they act and react to various things, we realize that regardless of how well they may or may not be able to, quote, talk the talk, there is no actual reason to believe that things like empathy or even a basic understanding that other people exist and matter actually happens for them. Nothing we consistently see from this personality points to this. In fact, in so many situations, it actually points to the opposite. And when we are able to stop projecting and stop normalizing their behavior into these regular frameworks, we can generally see this pretty clearly. It's not even really hidden. Everything is about them. Every situation only matters insofar as to how it affects them, period. When we remove the filters of denial and projection, we can see this so clearly, people often wonder how they ever could have missed it. It's that blatant and that obvious so many times. Our innate function of projection blinds us to this long enough for an emotional investment to be created, an emotional attachment. Then denial and cognitive dissonance take over. Once this happens, the projection actually often becomes worse, not better. People see what they need to see, because to not see it is to have to face unpleasant things about the narcissist, the situation, the relationship, and themselves. This is why, for example, people are often so invested in the idea that the narcissist hates them and obsesses over destroying them. This idea still creates the illusion that they mattered to the narcissist in some way. Whether you think that's true or not doesn't matter. The narcissist does not even really see you. You don't matter to them at all. You are a mirror reflecting themselves back to them. And when you look into a mirror, you don't see the mirror. You see yourself. No matter how this shakes out, no matter what they say, no matter what they do, they are obsessing over their own reflection, not you. The relationship is an illusion. The narcissist is an illusion. Your idealized self and who you felt like you were in the relationship is an illusion. It is only the belief in these things that makes them seem real. It's like a placebo, right? When people are given a placebo, they're not really given any real medicine at all. The belief in the illusion makes it real. Maybe more precisely for this situation, it's like a starving dog eating a Whopper wrapper. The dog is so hungry and so entranced by the smell of food, the promise of food, the illusion of food, that he gobbles up the wrapper without realizing that what he's eating is not food. It's an attractive package that smells like food, but offers no actual sustenance at all. That is the relationship with a narcissist, the promise of something that never comes. It's a reflection of a shadow of a ghost. This is why you have to stop projecting onto the narcissist. Projection is the opposite of empathy. With empathy, we see how the other person feels. With projection, we see how we feel. Projection distorts reality. When you are dealing with someone who is so selfish and so toxic, this can be very harmful. If you are not seeing someone for who and how they actually are, you could very well be miscalculating the level of danger that you are in. It is extremely unsafe to assume someone has empathy, compassion, limits, morals that they don't actually have. Wanting to see the best in people, for example, is a wonderful thing, but there's a point where it's just flat out dangerous. Your safety is more important than the need to see yourself or others a certain way. Much more important. I see the best in people cannot be a badge of honor or identity that's more important to you than your own safety. And wanting to believe in a comforting illusion cannot take precedence over actual safety and well-being. If it does, you are going to lose. And you will be lucky if all you lose is the relationship. Ultimately, there's a lot more at risk than hurt feelings. This doesn't mean that you have to become cynical and never trust anybody again, but it does mean that we have to stay grounded in reality and trust appropriately. Don't give people responsibility for things that belong to you, such as protecting yourself. So many people try to go through life never having boundaries and just hoping that they're not going to need them. The discomfort of enforcing boundaries is something that they're afraid of or they don't want to deal with it, so they place the responsibility for their safety and well-beings into the hands and judgment of other people. That's a mistake. It is nobody's responsibility to protect you from the evils of the world or other people, and nobody will. We are not children. Nobody is coming on their white horse to save us, and no grown-up is going to step in at the last minute to make everything okay. We have to do it ourselves, and we start by recognizing the need to protect ourselves in the first place. Having compassion, for example, is wonderful, but there's a difference between volunteering in a situation that's controlled where safety is prioritized versus walking into the lion's mouth unarmed all by yourself and just trusting it not to eat you. We have to be willing to see things as they are and respond to them appropriately. It's important to understand where limits apply here. If the situation requires you to be harmed or mistreated in any way, that needs to be limit. People often cite compassion and pity as the biggest reason they have trouble exiting relationships with narcissists. And that's fine as far as it goes. But if you have pity for the bears at the zoo, for example, you probably don't try to bring them home into your house or venture into their enclosures. There's a limit to how far this pity and compassion can go. We need to recognize that these limits apply to human beings as well, perhaps more especially to human beings as well, and not project qualities onto people that they do not have. Not all humans have empathy. Not all humans have compassion. Not all humans will do the right thing. Not all humans have morals or a better nature that you can appeal to. Not all humans care about other people. This is a fact. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. These people exist, and there are a lot of them. If we refuse to understand that or refuse to believe it, we do so to our own detriment. Instead of assuming or even insisting that these qualities must be in there somewhere, we need to accept when we are consistently being shown that a person either does not have these qualities or is not willing to act on them. And we need to do this every time we are shown this reality because it's too dangerous to be wrong. This is not to say, oh no, we should never trust anybody, never take a risk. It means take appropriate risk, calculated risks. Wanting people to be or have something doesn't make it so. The best we can do is be as realistic as possible when dealing with other people, create and enforce boundaries with everyone, and learn to trust appropriately. It's hurtful and disappointing to realize that we're not going to get what we want from this person or this relationship or this situation, but it's much less hurtful and disappointing than if we keep trying to get it where there's no real chance of it ever happening at all, but we just refuse to accept that. How do we know when this is the case? By looking, by listening. Stop guessing, stop assuming, stop interpreting, stop denying, stop projecting. Really see and really hear what's going on. Really look and really listen. In order to see, one has only to look. In order to hear, one has only to listen. If we can stop buying into the ridiculous cartoon gimmick of these personalities, if we can push our own feelings and projections to the side and just look, really look, we will likely find that the truth has been right there in front of us the entire time. We just didn't see it. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, through Skype and Zoom worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year. Remember, we have one coming up this weekend. If you're interested in seeing what else we are running, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication, and audio books are coming. So if you are interested in picking up a copy, you can visit littleshaman.org today, or you can go on amazon.com. If you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content and weekly support meetings, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about trying to be the, quote, good guy in relationships with narcissists. This is something most people deal with when interacting with narcissists, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. One of the most damaging, hurtful things about dealing with narcissists is the constant casting of you into the role of the villain. Whether you're evil or wrong or stupid or inept or some other negative attribute, when dealing with narcissists, everyone is eventually cast into the villain position in the narcissist story. This happens for a few reasons. Chief among these is that due to the deficits and issues with arrested development that underpin the pathologically narcissistic personality, narcissists tend to operate along basic, simple, and binary narratives. Good guy, bad guy is about the simplest, most basic, and most binary narrative that there is. It's one of the oldest stories around. Good versus bad, light versus dark, righteous versus evil, this kind of thing. Like kids playing cops and robbers, this is very easy to understand and it's very easy to execute. It's literally just, I'm good and you're bad. Narcissists have extreme difficulty with nuance and understanding shades of gray. They tend to see things as very black and white. So, internalizing the reality of more complex dynamics and understanding these is often beyond their capabilities. It really is. Indeed, they may even become frustrated or angry with attempts to inject nuance and complexity into dynamics and understanding, claiming that to do that is to make things complicated and confusing. For them, it probably does. Like very young children, adult narcissists have serious issues with whole object relations, meaning they have immense difficulty with combining contradictory characteristics into a cohesive, integrated image of one object. In other words, they can't really understand that a person has both positive and negative qualities or attributes. For narcissists, if you're good, you're all good. And if you're bad, you're all bad. This is why their negative images and characterizations of other people are more like children's cartoon villain caricatures than they are like real people. And this appears to be very sincere. These extreme polarizations are how they understand human beings, including themselves, which is why generally they must always be the good guy. Their conception of a bad guy is very, very bad indeed, and there's no in between. You cannot be both bad and good. You're one or the other. Their definition of good is angelically good. Their definition of bad is very, very bad. Absurdly, delusionally bad. Like Snidely Whiplash tying a helpless maiden to the railroad tracks, bad. Who would want to be that guy? Another reason narcissists cast virtually everyone into the villain role eventually is that because narcissists see things in such binary terms, there has to be a good guy and a bad guy. This isn't just a simple, convenient narrative, it's legitimately how they see things. As we just discussed, the bad guy cannot be the narcissist. That just can't be. That is intolerable. So it has to be you or whoever else is around enough to be able to be blamed. If you've not been the villain yet, guaranteed somebody else is, and if that person disappears or ends up in a position where they have less influence or presence in the narcissist's life and you have more, you will very likely become the villain instead. As an example, let's say you met the narcissist in your life while they were going through a divorce. Their ex partner is the big bad boogeyman. They are the villain. Evil, manipulative, scheming, a cheater, a thief. They would probably kill the narcissist if they could get away with it. That is how bad they are. For your part, you are a de facto good guy here. Not the good guy. The narcissist is the good guy, but you are a good guy because you are solidly on the narcissist's side. However, as time goes on and the ex has become less and less of a factor in the narcissist's life, the villain role will begin to shift. Why? Because it has to. The lack of a clear bad guy to blame and project onto, to compare themselves with, creates a vacuum in the narcissist's life, and that cannot be tolerated. Remember, narcissists exist only in the reflections from other people, only in contrast or by comparison to others. And remember further that they must project and blame their own insecurities, failures, and shortcomings onto other people. Therefore, there has to be a bad guy, and it has to be somebody who has a large enough presence in the narcissist's life to matter. How can you blame everything on someone who isn't even there to do anything? A big part of the role that other people play in a narcissist's life is as the person to blame things on. A good guy isn't a good guy unless and until he is compared to a bad guy. Due to the pervasive lack of a stable, cohesive self-image or identity, in order for the narcissist to consistently see and experience themselves as a good and worthy, valid person, they need a bad guy. The one who spoils everything, the one who sabotages and destroys all the stuff the narcissist is trying to do, the one who forced the narcissist to do any of the negative or quote bad things they might have to admit that they did, the one they can compare themselves to and see that they are good and worthy and better. A villain, essentially. This is a large part of how it works out that narcissists so often mistreat the people closest to them. By necessity, the villain generally has to be a person who is very close to the narcissist because, again, how can you blame a person for everything if they're not there? How can you develop a self-image so that you can consistently experience yourself as real through constant comparisons to another person if that person is not around literally all the time? Narcissists who cannot do this face a legitimate crisis as they don't have a stable identity, and without a stable identity, a personality can't really function. That's why the result of taking these constant reflections away from narcissists is collapse. The personality essentially collapses in on itself because there's no foundation, no identity there to hold it up. This is what narcissistic supply does, what it's actually supplying. It supplies the narcissist with a self-image and an identity that they can experience as real. They need this because they don't actually have one that exists independently. Just as the phrase narcissistic abuse refers to the type of abuse being perpetrated, not the type of perpetrator, narcissistic supply refers to what is being supplied, not who is receiving. Narcissistic abuse is abuse that targets a person's ego directly, their literal sense of self. Narcissistic supply is the same. It involves the person's ego, their sense of self, directly. The word narcissistic in this context is not referring to the actor directly, but the mechanism targeted or otherwise involved, which is the sense of self. This is why trying to be the, quote, good guy in these situations is pointless. If we look at the situation through the reality of these lenses, we realize how pointless it really is. This person's need for you to be the bad guy or the villain or the liar or the saboteur or whatever other negative thing goes beyond this interaction or this entanglement, and even you as a person, far beyond. In fact, you yourself are not really part of the equation in any real way because you yourself are not really real in the equation. There is an Aesop's fable called The Wolf and the Lamb. And in this fable, the wolf wants to eat the lamb, so he tries to come up with things that the lamb has done wrong in order to justify killing the lamb. The lamb is able to prove that these things couldn't be possible, and so in the end, the wolf simply states that he's sure the lamb is culpable of something somehow and eats the lamb anyway. The moral of the story is that a tyrant will always find a pretext for his tyranny. Therefore, it's useless for the innocent to try to reason with a tyrant because they are intent on being unjust. In this fable and in others like it, this sound and just reasoning offered by the accused is rejected by the oppressor because it doesn't really matter. The oppressor is going to do what they're going to do anyway. The justifications that they are creating through accusing the victim of quote-unquote crimes that they deserve to be punished for is really just a game the oppressor is playing with themselves, or perhaps playing for the benefit of some audience somewhere, because nothing the victim can do or say will change what's going to happen. Doesn't matter. As the Russian saying distilled from these kinds of fables states, my need of food is guilt enough of yours. In other words, the fact that they need this to happen is all the reason that's necessary. For narcissists, their need to maintain a positive self-image requires them to cast you as the bad guy because this is the only way they can be the good guy. How can they be a good guy winner if there's no bad guy loser? These binaries can only exist in direct comparison to each other. Otherwise, you're just a guy, and that's not an identity. Their motivation is not about truth or fairness or facts or logic. It's about needing you to be something because through this identification of you, through your now identity, then they can be something too. You can't reason your way out of this, and your actual innocence or guilt don't matter in this situation at all. They need you to be bad, so you are. And however we get there, just semantics. But there's another reason to stop trying to be a good guy here. Not only is it pointless, it's dangerous. Due to the narcissist binary thinking, when you're saying that you're not a bad guy, you are saying that the narcissist is a bad guy. Remember, there has to be a bad guy and a good guy, and narcissists only exist in comparison and contrast to others, which means that if you're not the bad guy, they are. Even if you're not saying that, it doesn't matter. This is where the narcissist's distorted thinking and lack of nuance becomes especially problematic. Your attempts to explain, clarify, or advocate for yourself are inevitably interpreted as attacks, which then justify the narcissist's retaliatory actions in their own mind. It's a vicious, self-reinforcing cycle that you simply cannot win, and you're not going to be able to get out of it. Your reasonable, logical attempts to defend yourself are taken as acts of aggression against the narcissist, which are used as justification for any retaliation that they choose. In a Persian telling of the theme that we've been exploring called The Hawk and the Partridge, the hawk accuses the partridge of taking up all the shade so that the hawk has to sit in the sun. When the partridge points out that it's actually nighttime and therefore they have done nothing wrong, the hawk kills the partridge for contradicting him. The partridge understandably attempts to reason with the hawk, providing context and advocating for itself. The hawk immediately perceives this as an attack and responds with violence, killing the partridge. Once again, the end result was inescapable, it's inevitable. Nothing the partridge did or said was going to change that. You deserve to be punished for this crime, so I'm going to kill you for that. Oh, you didn't commit the crime? How dare you tell me I'm wrong? I'm going to kill you for that. This fable perfectly encapsulates the dynamic that we're discussing here. The narcissist's inability to tolerate any questioning or contradicting of their self-assigned, quote, good guy status. The victim's efforts to explain or clarify are inevitably seen as acts of aggression, trapping them in an inescapable cycle of accusation and retaliation. The more you try to defend yourself or provide context or explain what happens, the more it appears to the narcissist that you're trying to convince them that they're the bad guy. It doesn't matter that this is illogical and ridiculous. It doesn't matter that this is absurd and crazy. It doesn't matter that it's delusional and unreasonable. It doesn't matter. My need of food is guilt enough of yours. That is what matters. In a practical sense, trying to be the good guy in these situations actually plays right into a narcissist's hands. A large part of the manipulation in these situations is centered around the narcissist claiming that the victim is a bad person or not good enough somehow, causing the victim to try ever harder to be a good person who is good enough. The reality is they already are. Most people already know that. They want the narcissist to see this too and agree with it, to validate it, right? Who doesn't want that? The way the narcissist presents things, it seems like it would be possible to prove that to them. The constant criticism and character attacks from the narcissist often boil down to the same thing over and over again. Be better. And people do try. However, as we've been discussing, this is not possible. You can't raise your own estimation in the eyes of a narcissist because this will automatically lower their own estimation of themselves by default. Again, yes, this is illogical and ridiculous. It doesn't matter. That's how it is. It's a zero-sum game where any advancement or rising up of one party results in the automatic, immediate setback and lowering of the position of the other. Because of this, the narcissist's constant harangue that the victim needs to do better and be a better person is a red herring, because the victim cannot actually be allowed to do that, and because it's not based in reality anyway. It's just them trying to make themselves feel and look better. It's a no-win situation, the same one presented to the poor partridge in the fable that we were talking about earlier. If people don't defend themselves, they'll be labeled as bad and punished. But if people do defend themselves, they will also be labeled as bad and punished. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. So since you can't change the narcissist's mind, and you cannot, then you have to change the way that you look at it. Stop trying to be the good guy. Stop trying to do things to prove to this person that you are who you say you are. Stop investing so much in their image of you. It's not real. And the very fact that it is so wrong proves that you can't correct it. Because if reality meant anything to this person at all, if facts meant anything to this person at all, it wouldn't be so wrong. This needs to be understood because it's really, really important. The very fact that the narcissist has such a wrong image of you at all is evidence that this wrong image cannot be corrected by proof or reality. If it could, the narcissist would not have such a wrong image of you in the first place because it's not based on proof or evidence or reality in any way. Investing in this false image of yourself, even to try to correct it, is succumbing to the narcissist's manipulations. It's validating this. It's operating along their lines. They define themselves through defining you. If you interact with this false image, even to try to correct it, you are validating it and thereby automatically validating the narcissist's false image of themselves too. Not even just for them, by the way, but for you too. You're investing importance in it that it does not deserve. You're making it matter when it doesn't. You're giving life to a ghost, in other words. It's literally a made-up fantasy. Allowing that to dominate your thoughts, to define you for yourself, to define this other person, in spite of all the evidence that you see of how they really are, allowing this to direct your choices and your behavior is a completely understandable but ultimately very large mistake. When you invest in these false images, particularly the one of yourself, when you allow the narcissist fantasy to have power over you, when you let it influence or even dictate your behavior and your choices because you are so determined to be seen as the good guy that you know you are, the person you are actually destroying your own ability to advocate for or defend yourself in any way. Because this requires you to take all of their quote unquote feedback as truth, as honest, and attempt to modify yourself in order to fit into that. The end result of this is that you allow the narcissist to control every single thing about the interaction, about the relationship, including how you see yourself. This is a massive, massive mistake. This person does not see you as you actually are. Their perceptions often have zero connection to the truth or to reality at all. They are based on the narcissist's needs, projections, and emotions. These things may have absolutely nothing to do with you or anything that you are doing or not doing, which means that you can't address them by addressing your behavior or by walking on eggshells, trying to prevent the narcissist from being hurt, insulted, offended, or otherwise reacting negatively because they're not actually reacting to what's objectively happening. They just think they are. It works like this. You say or do something, whatever it is, doesn't matter. The narcissistic personality interprets the thing that you said or you did to mean something it may or may not mean and has an emotional reaction to how that interpretation makes them feel. They react to their emotional response with behaviors such as doing or saying something or not doing or not saying something. They believe that how they feel about what they think happened is an accurate reflection of objective reality. For example, I was offended because you're being offensive. I was hurt because you're being hurtful. You're trying to hurt me, etc., etc. Because of that, they blame the entire thing on you, and they believe the problem is what or how or when or whatever that you are doing and saying things. The fact that the narcissist's interpretation and subsequent emotional reaction to that interpretation could be wrong or is being influenced by other things does not occur to them, and it makes no sense at all to them if it's pointed out. As they see it, what you said made them have the reactions that they had, therefore, that's the problem. Therefore, you are the problem. Period. That's the narrative. You're the problem. And it isn't enough for those people around the narcissist to conform to this narrative, their alternate interpretations of reality. The people around them also have to believe it. They have to be it. If they don't, then the narcissist can't become what they're trying to become by comparison and experience as real through the reflections of themselves from the other person. In other words, it's not enough for the victim to just accept that the narcissist sees them as the bad guy. The victim has to believe themselves to be the bad guy too. That's the only way the narcissist can truly see themselves as the good guy in the equation. Remember, they can only see and experience themselves through the eyes of other people, which means that essentially they only exist in these reflections from other people. It's not a metaphor. It's not hyperbole. This is why just conforming to the narrative is not enough, as you have probably noticed. A performance of bad acting doesn't convince anybody. It has to be real to be real. It's very similar to a child with a doll. The child may be very attached to the doll, but the doll is only whatever the child makes it. It does, says, thinks, feels, whatever that the child dictates. For example, the child can believe that she's a mommy when playing with her doll because the dolly is the baby, and it's only capable of embodying whatever understanding the child has of mommies and babies. It's a perfect reflection to the child of their fantasy image of themselves. If the doll behaved in a way that did not conform to the child's understanding of this, for example, if the doll jumped up and started smoking cigarettes and talking about how it wants to go to the club, the image would be completely ruined. It would be totally spoiled. The doll then is not viewed as just a prop, even though it absolutely is one. It is the mirror that provides the proper reflection of the child's fantasy image back to them. It's a vessel that reflects the child's own internal understanding, fantasies, and self-image. I'm the mommy because I'm taking care of the baby. The child does not see the doll as a mere object, but as an extension of their own psychological and emotional needs. The doll becomes the medium through which the child can project and realize, meaning to make real, their desires, fears, and understandings about the world. It is not a superficial interaction with an object. in other words, but a deeply meaningful one in which the doll takes on strong symbolic significance. The doll is not just a plaything, but a reflection of the child's innermost self and therefore an integral part of the interaction, even though the doll is not understood as an entity that is separate from the child. Similarly, narcissists do not view the people around them as independent, autonomous individuals, but as psychological mirrors, as reflections that validate the narcissist's own distorted self image via either comparison or contrast. The victim becomes a mirror, a vessel that exists to ultimately validate and affirm the narcissist's unstable sense of self back to them. Others are absolutely an integral part of the interaction, but not because they are seen as autonomous and independent individuals. It's because of the emotional and psychological weight that the narcissist places on these interactions. The people are props, yes, but not just props at all. Rather, they are vessels for realizing deeply personal, highly charged projections and fantasies about the narcissist. This further highlights the lack of empathy that characterizes a narcissist's interactions with other people. Just as a child cannot fully recognize the doll as a separate entity, a narcissist is incapable of truly seeing the other people around them as independent and separate individuals. This is why they don't understand the victim's suffering. The same way that a child will claim that they love a doll, but also leave the doll laying out in the mud for days. There's no understanding of a separate entity here at all. That is why what happens in relationships with narcissists happens. They're not so much trying to usurp or undermine your identity as much as they are essentially unaware in any real way that you actually have one. Just as it is with a child and a doll, the other people around narcissists are seen as extensions of the narcissists themselves. Dolls are idealized and in many ways stereotypical representations of human beings. Children play with dolls as a way of trying to make sense out of the world and the people around them in a way that's within their capacity. A doll is a blank canvas onto which the child can project their own fantasies, desires, interpretations, understanding of human behavior and relationships. In this exact same way, the narcissist views the people in their life as extensions of themselves, vessels to be filled with whatever roles or identities that the narcissist requires. In the same way that a child assigns specific personalities, emotions, and motivations to their dolls, the narcissist assigns these same things to the people around them based on their own needs, their own understanding, their own perceptions. The victim becomes a character in the narcissist's psychological drama, expected to play the part that the narcissist has chosen for them rather than being recognized as a distinct, autonomous individual. There's no escaping this role. For this and all the other reasons that we've discussed here today, there's simply no way for you to overcome this dynamic. There isn't really a way for the narcissist to overcome it either. Regardless of your intentions, of your actions, it plays out the same. This is the level of their capability. Ultimately, you will become caught in a catch-22 from which there's no escape. If you agree and accept the narcissist's characterizations of you and your actions, you're punished because you're admitting that you're a bad guy. If you do not agree with it, if you defend against it, you are also punished because you're denying that you're a bad guy and you're saying the narcissist is a bad guy. There's no room for the possibility that you might not actually be a bad guy. And this is because there's no room for the possibility that the narcissist is not the good guy. The mommy can't be the mommy if the baby's not the baby. Therefore, you are the bad guy whether you agree with that or not. And whether it's even true or not, doesn't matter. I want to be the mommy, therefore you're the baby, period. Allowing these delusional characterizations of yourself to carry any weight with you only makes it so that you can't defend yourself, because defending yourself automatically makes you the bad guy. So does not defending yourself, by the way, but at least defending yourself allows you to say, at least to yourself, that you reject these false images and characterizations of who you are as a person. The worst thing for a victim in this situation is to allow these delusional characterizations to get any foothold in your mind. Your relationship with the narcissist is not going to change either way. It will be just as abusive and one-sided as it ever was, but your relationship with yourself will be very damaged, perhaps irreparably. And that relationship is much more important than the one that you fantasize you're having with any narcissist, because the fantasy is all it is. So, in conclusion, stop trying to convince people that you're a good guy in these situations. It doesn't work in a lot of cases, but even more importantly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much you try to conform to a narcissist's standards or influence their opinion of you. It doesn't matter if other people don't understand why you've ended the relationship or why you go no contact. It doesn't matter if they have opinions of you that you don't agree with. It doesn't matter. These things are not more important than your well being. Even just saying that out loud sounds crazy. So we're going to say it again. Other people's opinion of you are not more important than your own well being. And allowing them to interfere with your choices regarding your well being is really, really unhealthy and toxic. If someone is willing to sacrifice their well being just so that other people don't think they're the bad guy, or if their well being is tied to or even dependent upon needing other people to see them a certain way, that needs to be explored because this mindset is extremely unhealthy and it generally causes serious, serious issues and hurt for people. There's no reason to judge yourself for this. If that sounds familiar to you, it's a big club and there are a lot of people in it. It's also unfair and counterproductive. Healing is about learning what works and what doesn't work for you, then using that knowledge to implement strategies so that more things can work. Understanding why we make the choices that we make and what we're actually trying to get out of any given situation is a great place to start. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year. So if you'd like to see what we're offering this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have a few books out for publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy, you can do that on LittleShaman.org or on Amazon.com. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing and ShamanSpiritCenter.com, as well as LittleShaman.org, and that's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that actually happens a lot when dealing with narcissists, and that is people attempting to outmaneuver, outwit, or otherwise outsmart narcissists. There's a lot of information about this topic out there. It's something a lot of people are interested in, and that's totally understandable. Not only do people want to find a way to make dealing with this person easier or more successful somehow because it's often so horrible and so difficult, not only do people desperately want to feel like there's some way to control the situation and or the narcissist, but in many situations, the very ineptitude, irrationality, or basic just lack of intelligence that many narcissists seem to exhibit makes trying to outwit or outsmart them a very tempting strategy. There are many situations where people might try to outsmart or outmaneuver narcissists. They might be trying to stop or at least manage abusive behavior. It's probably the most common situation. They might be trying to get something from the narcissist, like money that they're owed or some type of advantage in a very important court proceeding. They might be hoping to do some kind of like negotiation or a tapering off to end the relationship and avoid an ugly outcome. They might be trying to make the narcissist in their lives pay for harming them. They might just be trying to navigate any required interactions with this person more successfully. Trying to outsmart narcissists is also sometimes a way that people attempt to address the feeling of being tricked or fooled by them. It makes sense that people would want to believe that they can outwit or somehow, quote, beat narcissists at their own game and come out the winner, or at least less impacted somehow in the situation, whatever that might be. The problem is, attempts to outsmart narcissists very often don't work very well because intelligence really has nothing to do with this situation on either side. It might be difficult for some people to understand that, but the reality is that neither the victim nor the narcissist's intelligence really come into play here at all. Though people may feel stupid or foolish in these situations, the truth is that their intelligence is not really involved in what's going on the way that people might think it is. If it were, victims in those situations would actually be facing a much more even playing field. The narcissist's greatest weapon is not skill or strategy or intellect. If it were, intelligent, rational people would have much better odds against them. But it's not. It's manipulation and weaponizing people's emotions against them, which actually has nothing to do with intelligence at all. And it involves much more than just tricking people or convincing them of things that aren't true. Emotional manipulation actually overwhelms intelligence and intellectual capability. It can short-circuit these things. The victim's greatest vulnerability is not intellectual either. It's emotional, which again has nothing to do with intelligence. Many highly intelligent, educated people have become entangled with pathologically narcissistic personalities and found it very, very difficult to escape the situation. To see the truth of this, we can look to the fact that even narcissists with just basic average intelligence and limited skill sets are often very successful manipulators. Similarly, very intelligent and competent people are not immune to manipulation. They can become victims of narcissists. This is because, despite what many people might think, these things are actually not related. This is why so many people find that understanding and even seeing very clearly what's going on in this situation can make no real difference, especially if they're being exposed to it regularly. This is a situation of raw emotion and nerve endings and reactions. It's a situation of power and control. It's not about who's smarter or more strategic. And as we've discussed in other episodes of the show, educating yourself is not enough to protect you if you're in a situation with one of these personalities. Your intelligence not only will not protect you, in some ways it can actually work against you. You see, you are bound by the rules of the game. You use logic. You want to be fair. You use reason. You are trying to understand. You are honest. You are tethered to and therefore bound by reality. You operate based on objective truth. You use facts. You cite proof. You give evidence. Because of all of this, you therefore likely assume that at a certain point, a person must accept reality if there's enough evidence. You likely assume that people can or will eventually be forced into acknowledging facts and proof based just on the reality of their existence. You assume that at some point people have no real choice in this. You assume that up is up and down is down, and everybody in the world operates according to these basic tenets. That everybody in the world has to operate according to these basic tenets because that's how it is. The problem is, you're incorrect. A narcissist does not do or care about any of those things. Those things mean absolutely nothing to narcissists. They are not tethered to reality. They do not operate based in objective truth, and they are therefore not bound by either of these things. They will lie, cheat, steal, manipulate, gaslight, emotionally blackmail and extort, fabricate, frame, bully, attack, assault, and anything else that it takes to win. They also don't possess a linear memory, are very susceptible to false memory creation, and live in a fantasy world besides all of that. This is not a fair fight in any way, and the fact that you really can only play by the rules only hurts you in this situation. Breaking the rules will also only hurt you too, by the way. There is no ability to successfully engage here. You can't win or even score any points. It's like trying to game a slot machine. It's random. This is the fantasy of people who want to believe that there can be a way to secure a jackpot. There isn't. To step onto the playing field with a narcissist is to lose, period. They are not bound by any of the rules of logic, reality, or objective truth that you are bound by, and you are at a distinct disadvantage in this situation because of that. And to be very clear, it's not even a matter of being willing to, like, quote unquote, play dirty or stoop to their level. This person is operating on a totally different plane than you are, and you will not be able to match them at that. It's just not a thing. It's not a matter of skill or effort or who is smarter or who can create the most clever trap or the best strategy. You are playing by a fundamentally different set of rules than a narcissist is playing by, and despite your best efforts, you are not going to be able to change that. It would be akin to changing your entire psychological makeup. Attempting to adopt the same tactics as the narcissist does not somehow make the narcissist's foreign, even alien psychology attainable for you. And it does not close the gap of their advantage over you in this because of that. It is what it is. This is why trying to outsmart narcissists is a futile endeavor. Not only is intelligence not even really a relevant factor here, you can only use the tools that you can use based on the brain that you have. And these tools are not effective for the job that you're trying to do. They don't work. This is not a situation that operates on logic and reason and maneuvering or strategy. Therefore, using your innate tools of logic and reason and maneuvering and strategy to try to counter that is not going to work. Anyone who has ever tried it can tell you. This can seem confusing to some people. Aren't narcissists doing maneuvering of their own? Aren't narcissists intentionally manipulating and choosing strategies? To a point, perhaps, yes, but it's very important to understand that the responses of narcissists are actually reflexive to a pretty large degree. Narcissists are choosing actions, whether they believe their actions are a choice or not, many do not, based on their reactions to reflexive emotional responses they are having to what's going on. For example, a perceived threat to their control provokes immediate fear and then rage. A perceived rejection provokes immediate shame. This is the driver behind their actions. This surface level appearance of strategizing or plotting doesn't really matter. Anyone who has dealt with a narcissist for any period of time knows that their reactions to their own disproportionately intense emotions are the basis for everything. Because of that, logic and reason are not really a part of this equation, no matter how it looks. Therefore, logic and reason are not effective antidotes here. In point of fact, they do nothing. They accomplish nothing. These things are useless in this situation because narcissists do not recognize them as having any inherent meaning or value. Just as narcissists are not bound by the truth or the reality, logic and reason and facts are just more information for a narcissist to twist and leverage or to use to trap victims into validating and defending against crazy conclusions and false interpretations. This is a big part of why trying to outthink or outwit narcissists is understandable, but it's misguided. It's not going to work. You are using logic and reason, and they're not. You are bound by the truth and by reality, and they're not. It's also due in large part to the instability of their affect, identity, and overall personality. You can't pin narcissists down. And if they can't be reliably predicted or understood, they can't really be outsmarted in any meaningful way. You may be able to succeed at times, but the reality is that these personalities are generally so irrational and so unstable, it's not possible to consistently outwit them. You can't outsmart crazy. It's like trying to catch smoke. There's just nothing to grab. Because of this, narcissists are essentially, quote unquote, immune to being outsmarted in most ways that people try to outsmart them. You can't follow their way of thinking to any logical conclusion. You can't create any reliable formula to try to anticipate how they're going to react, what they're going to think, or what they're going to do. You can't reliably trick them or convince them of things in the hopes of getting a more fair or favorable outcome for yourself. You can't reliably make counteroffers or bargains because what appeals to them can change so quickly and completely without reason. You can't reliably outmanipulate them because they're paranoid and because they don't live in the same reality that you do. You can't reliably count on their conclusions or reactions to align with reality or to match the situation in any way. You can't reliably count on their reactions or responses to things to remain consistent in any way. For example, what works one day won't work the next day and that kind of thing. You can't reliably bribe them because they can't be counted on to always do what would benefit them. Sometimes they don't. And you can't reliably or safely threaten them because their reactions to threats are unpredictable. It's a waste of time and very risky, honestly, to try to engage in this way with narcissists because of these things. It can even be actively harmful to people engaging with them because, again, narcissists don't operate within the same framework of objective truth, consistency, and rational deliberation that you are operating from and trying to appeal to or trying to take advantage of. For a narcissist, these are just more things to be distorted and manipulated to perpetuate their own fantasy narrative. As we've discussed in other episodes of the show, this is the most important thing to them. Their survival depends on it. Engaging with them on this level just results in more gaslighting, more distortion, more confusion, more invalidation, more manipulation, more abuse, more harm being done to the victim. It is testimony to how narcissistic pathology works. Literally any situation can be leveraged into perpetuating their fantasy narrative. Narcissists exist in these competitive adversarial binaries because, as a result of their unstable identity, they really can only see and experience themselves in comparison to other people. And because of that, they are required to cast others into opposite roles from what they need to see themselves as. You bad equals me good. You mean equals me nice. You dumb equals me smart. You villain equals me hero. You victimizer equals me victim. It's important to understand, too, that narcissists are not just the opposite in relation to you, they are the opposite because of you. In other words, it isn't just that you are bad and I am good by comparison, it's if you are bad, then I am good by comparison. This also means that if you're good, then they're bad, which is why there's such huge pushback against that and why they tend to villainize other people so consistently. They really have nothing else with which to define themselves except through these comparisons. In a very real way, they exist only in the reflections of other people, like a person trapped in a mirror. To that end, they simply make reality up as they go, interpreting everything to fit their needs and their narrative. A large part of this, as we've been discussing, are the images they create and perpetuate of other people. Because of the adversarial comparisons that they are required to make of themselves to others, these images of others can be just egregiously incorrect and unfair and horrible. People understandably feel a strong desire to defend against that and assert who they actually are. Unfortunately, this plays directly into the toxic dynamics here. Through the adoption of definitive binaries that they position as rigidly adversarial, narcissists don't just build an automatic system through which they can see and experience themselves. In doing this, they also automatically weaponize a person's natural desire to stand up for and defend themselves, because the more you argue this positioning, the stronger their position becomes in their mind. Paradoxically, the more you deny the role you've been given, the more sure they become that you fit it. To them, if you're denying it, it must be true. The fact that this makes no sense at all doesn't matter. Remember, you are bound by logic, reason, and reality grounded in objective truth. These people are not. They really, really are not. And engaging with them on any level is not just a waste of time, but it's often actively harmful. This is why, even though it feels counterintuitive or at the very least unfair, as we've stated many times in other episodes of the show, defending yourself to narcissists is exactly the wrong response. Not only is it just completely and totally pointless, it validates and then cements these adversarial binaries even more deeply because the narcissist has to defend and argue for them, which just convinces them more. But even worse, participating at all perpetuates the basic manipulation inherent to this dynamic. Feeling like you have to defend, to explain, to prove, to convince, all of these things keep you engaged in this dynamic. It validates the narcissist's crazy conclusions and their delusional accusations. It positions you as the one in the hot seat. It takes the focus off of them. But perhaps most importantly, it gives narcissists power. You now want something from them, something that they can refuse to give you, not just once, but over and over and over. It's like a child holding a toy over a smaller child's head where they just can't quite get it. The power is perceived in the withholding. They need you to continue to want the thing so they can continue to refuse to give it to you. Of course, this is just an illusion. This mean little game is over as soon as the smaller child decides that they don't want the toy anymore. And in the same way, when you decide that you don't want anything from the narcissist, their perceived power over you disappears as well. Whether they're consciously aware of this fact or not, they are definitely actively trying to prevent that from happening. This is why they will often insist that you need to defend yourself or prove them wrong. It's why they continue to insist that they're going to give you the thing you want just as soon as you do X and Y and Z and 1 and 2 and 3. If they don't have anything you want, they don't have any power. If they have no power, they have no control. If they have no control, they are weak, they're vulnerable. And if that happens, it's all over. The fear comes, the shame comes, maybe collapse comes. This has to be prevented. By refusing to see you as you are, to consider proof, to be convinced, to be reasonable, to entertain your perspective, to provide resolution or validation, or even to just listen to the actual words that you are saying. Narcissists perceive themselves to be retaining the power position in the situation, and that's all these dynamics are really about. There are other reasons that these things happen as well, but this is a very big one. Narcissists face a life-threatening crisis when they are threatened with a loss of power and control, even one that appears to be small. This is why when threatened with an even greater loss of power and control, such as losing the relationship completely, many narcissists can stop this withholding behavior for a little while because then a sense of power comes from resecuring the relationship. They don't feel the need to engage in the usual, perhaps comparably more petty withholding because the relief at resecuring the relationship is more powerful. Once the relationship is totally resecured, they will return to this withholding behavior out of necessity to combat the fear of being powerless and vulnerable. They need to make sure everyone knows that they have power, most especially themselves. This is why the behavior may shift, but the motive never does. It's always the same thing. This is the goal of blame shifting, shame dumping, motive assignment, and other similar behaviors. These things force you into a defensive position, which take the pressure and focus off of the narcissist, and it puts them into what they perceive as the power position. This alleviates their ever-present terror that they have no power or control and are therefore vulnerable. Whenever we feel the desire to defend ourselves in these situations, it's worth remembering that this is exactly the position narcissists are trying to push other people into, and there's a reason for that. A lot of people don't like to hear this kind of thing. They want to believe that there is a way to get what they want from this person or this situation. They want to believe that there's a way to control things. They want to believe that there is a way to reason and fool and trick and convince or force or otherwise maneuver this person into doing what they want. They either don't realize or don't believe that in order for that to happen, it would be in diametric opposition to a narcissist's basic goal. Pathologically narcissistic personalities cannot even be made to acknowledge that they bought the wrong size hat when they and everybody else can clearly see that it does not fit. They will not even acknowledge that they overcooked the hamburgers when people can't even chew them because they're like hockey pucks. Do you really think that they can be tricked into giving up any amount of power and control? Do you really think that they can be outwitted into being fair? That they could somehow be persuaded into doing what you want, regardless of what that is? It doesn't work. The idea that these rigid, egocentric, and contrarian individuals can somehow be outmaneuvered or coerced into behaving in a way that conflicts with their own interest is understandable in theory. But when we look at it through the lens of the reality of narcissistic personalities, it becomes almost irrational, even absurd to think. Narcissists are hyper vigilant regarding anything that somehow slights them or interferes with their goals. Trying to somehow slide these things past them is just not going to work. If it does work, it will not work for long. If you're dealing with a narcissist and you're feeling like there has to be a way to beat them at this, that there has to be a way to somehow stack the odds in your favor or gain the upper hand while still interacting with this person on their terms, on their playing field. Think about your interactions with them thus far. How many times has that ever actually happened? You are an intelligent human being. How many times have you ever gained the upper hand with this person in any way that actually meant something? Any? The problem here is so fundamental that many people miss it. You're trying to use an Apple app with an Android system. It's a fundamental incompatibility. The way this person functions is in some ways completely different from you. It's not about just learning their patterns and their tricks. This is trying to assimilate an entirely different worldview that you cannot really understand because in many ways it's completely opposite from yours. You will not be able to beat them on this playing field and you cannot force them onto one that you are familiar with. It's theirs or nothing, which means it should be nothing. Because the reality is, there is no real way to outsmart or outmaneuver narcissists in the long run, not at their own game. They will beat you with experience every single time. Regardless of how inept, unstable, dysfunctional, foolish, gullible, or even stupid the narcissist you are dealing with may appear to be, all narcissists are formidable adversaries in this arena, and a person dismisses or disregards that to their own detriment. Regardless of how intelligent they are or are not, and regardless of how intelligent you are or are not, they have practiced these things for a lifetime, and their very survival is predicated on them being better at it than you. If you really want to outsmart narcissists, the key is to understand that the entire interaction is based on the dynamics of power and control. Anything you do within the framework of any interaction with a narcissist will be interpreted to support this somehow. Even if you think that you're resisting, challenging, defending, manipulating, tricking, bargaining, winning, or anything else. The fact that you are trying to outsmart or argue or defend or anything else does not matter. You are spending energy and time focused on the narcissist, which is exactly the point. They have the power. They have the control. They are the central focus. They are the important one. Even if your intent is to neutralize or even to harm them, this is still true. To participate is to validate, period. Reality is irrelevant. It has no effect on this situation. It is what it is. The dynamic is very insidious. To believe that you are in control, that you are educated enough to deal with this safely and remain unaffected, that you are emotionally removed enough for that to happen, that you can somehow get what you want from this person or this situation, that you can negotiate a win-win, that you can just be friends, that you can taper off the relationship without them realizing it or noticing, that you can bargain, that you can get a win somehow without them noticing, that you can somehow make them pay, make them be fair, make them feel your pain, make them sorry. Whatever it is, these are all things that require participation in the toxic dynamic. And given everything that we have discussed here today, the fact that someone would even consider doing that voluntarily means that this dynamic still has a hold of them somehow. It indicates that there is a continuing belief that interacting with the narcissist could still somehow lead to a positive outcome of some kind for them. This is false. There is no way to interact with this dynamic casually either. It's like walking into a spider web. You just get stuck, regardless of how careful you try to be. If you're in a situation where you are forced to deal with a narcissist, it is what it is. You just have to do what you can do. Just remember what you're dealing with here and don't allow yourself to be fooled into thinking that this is something other than what it is. Many people involved in these situations believed that they were in control, only to find out that they were not and that they never had been. It always ends up the same. What does this tell us? It tells us that participating in the dynamic at all means you lose. The entire thing is rigged against you from the very start and works on you in ways that you don't even realize until it's too late. To underestimate other people is a dangerous form of overconfidence, even if it's unconscious. Despite what our egos or our intelligence or anything else may try to tell us, the only real way to outsmart narcissists is to show them that you are wise to their game by refusing to play it at all. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit